It's good to see you alive and well, sir. How may I serve you, master? Not that I really want to.
Oh, there we go. Oh, hi Jackson. And how have you been?
It's good to see you alive and well, sir.
It's been a long time ago since I played this game. I literally forget maybe 80-90% of it. So enjoying this one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things improve for you, Jackson. Hi, Terry. Nice. Yeah, we're doing that our food test quest. Remember that one with the vampires?
Today, sir?
Yeah, that's one of the quests that really kind of stand out. I think I really remember in the game. Now, okay. What time is it? Wait till from the warm map, can't we? 12:18. We're good. So, strangely enough, they don't give you a marker, but I'm nearly sure it's there in Northwest Seneca Station. Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences, Jackson. Absolutely. I know exactly. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I lost my dad as well. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, hopefully, you know, it was quick and it wasn't a drawn out thing. May he rest in peace. It's a horrible thing to happen. But it's something that must happen. Everyone's time comes. Right, let's head to Seneca. Yeah, they don't give markers. You see the quest here? I forgot how janky this game was as well. Yeah, there's the quest. Where is it? There, yeah, blood ties. Now, I pretty much remember you can't deliver the message until you get there. I think one of the West family are still alive, and they're kind of held prisoner in a room, or they're brainwashed or something. I think you can get them to return. Oh. Oh my, yeah. That's absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. And I can kind of understand that because I'm on medication to, he probably was as well, to lower the odds of that happening. Yeah, a blood clot can do it pretty quick, you know. Pretty quick. That's one of my constant worries. So you had blood pressure issues, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Oh, diabetic. That was the major problem. Blood sugar and blood pressure, both together, you know, heightens the risk massively. Yeah. There was a friend of the family that passed away as well. High blood pressure and diabetic. Yeah, exact same thing. Yeah, both together. The blood pressure, well, uh, I think diabetic will drop your blood pressure on the low side, won't it? And then I guess, when you've got several serious issues like that, it really complicates things. Yeah, horrible. With diabetes, let's say, the clot can sometimes form, as far as I know, and lead to things called necropsy, where basically the tissue will die on a body part, maybe your foot. That friend I was talking about lost a foot, and then eventually, the clots managed to get him.
Master?
Necrosis, that's the name. Yeah, necrosis. Necrosis. I think they named that after the Greek necropolis, I think. City of the Dead. Most of the terms they use would be Latin or Greek. On map. Yeah. Yeah, kind of silly. But yeah, there, we need to go there. I pretty much know it's there. Now, from what I remember of this, there's a ton of booby traps. I'm not sure, do we have to kill a few guys on the way down? Maybe, hopefully not. But we need a decent speech check on this one. I think best case scenario on this, you can do a deal with the vampire leader. They'll protect the town in exchange for blood packs. Then we get to see that guy. And yeah, I think we can persuade him to come home, but he doesn't stay here. I think he moves to Megaton. From what I can remember of this, this is definitely one of the more interesting quests. Now, obviously we've got to stay alive. Once we get rid of this, I'm thinking about going to Diamond City, and we'll head to the Gary Vault. There's the Charisma bobblehead there I wouldn't mind picking up. And there's about 2 or 3 skill books as well. There's really a horrible cap on this game with the DLCs. There's something down there anyway. Of course, it's a scorpion. Okay, where's this marker? Ah, there it is. Yeah, I suppose we'll see if we can take him out with and slow. This guy is pretty big, we'll say. Nah, he's not that big, he just looks big. Now remember, there used to be a little system for this. Oh, that's not the system, is it? Yeah, just keep running around him in circles. I'm gonna conserve our ammo a bit if we can. Hey, this is pretty stupid, isn't it? Okay, this is... Okay, I definitely need to pick up a power fist somewhere. Not worth it from what? 10 points? 11. Oh yeah, I picked up the bobblehead. Okay. Now, better roll for the melee weapon doing that. This thing is not great. Gets down here. Apparently. Oh, is that a raider camp? How would we... Yeah, okay. Let's hit that raider camp. Oh, hang on, how would that be a raider camp? That's Alpha, we just came from there. Yeah, that's Alpha. Okay. This way, apparently. Ooh. I think I've already checked this one, haven't I? Okay. Yeah, I did. It just respawned, I'd say. Okay. Those guys... Yeah, they're a bit of a problem. He sees me. I think I left my sniper rifle behind, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Oh, sugar. I forget how this works. And you can't run in this stupid game. Oh, he's an idiot. I see. There we go. There we go. Come here, you. We're selling some junk. Oh, hi, young. And how you been? Oh, that's not good, is it? Yeah, it's a little bit better. These guys are really not worth the hassle. Yeah, just take too much damage. Always better out for these guys with a headshot. Oh, hi, Gromulus. There's a sprint mod. So, yeah, it could do with it, couldn't it? I'm on console, so I doubt there'll be anything made for console. Everything is always made for PC, Gromulus. But doing alright, I'm just got done playing this one. Nice. So you got all the DLCs done as well. We're just off to Seneca Station to wrap up that what's it called again? Arfu, is it, or yeah, Arfu. The Arfu quest. Now what I want to do is we'll discover the entrance and I can pop back and get healed. I spent a little bit of time kind of farming some of the places we already found, you know, getting junk and selling it so we can get a few things in place. Like the medic bench and all of that stuff. God, the jump in this game is horrible. No joking, there's a half-second delay. Oh, playing some more. Just got finished up for the day, you mean? Ah. Yeah, just got finished up for the day. Nice. Oh. I was looking at business news, Gromulus. It seems like Nvidia bought 5 million in stock, Intel stock, 215 million shares, which has shot up Nvidia's stock as well. Or not Nvidia, Intel stock. So they're definitely It's definitely a team effort, it looks like. Yeah, 5 billion. Yeah, 5 billion. I think it's 23 something a share. So 5 billion got them 215 million shares. That's a healthy chunk, isn't it? And you know, all of the RAM that they've been gathering up, they're not even using it. I was listening to an interview with that guy well, he's the head of that thing, and he said they have warehouses and warehouses of it, and there's no infrastructure in place to put it online. Not enough power, not enough infrastructure. So they've gobbled up, what, 40-50% of the world's RAM? No. This was an open, yeah, apparently this was a collaboration. This was invited, I think, by Intel. Because Nvidia are going strong now, because literally they're holding us all. It's Nvidia, really. They're holding us all for ransom, you know, extortion with RAM. Yeah, Intel liked this pretty much. Intel shares have rose as well because of it, you know. But there's no way, I think, they would let Nvidia. You know, it was silly letting Xbox. Well, games are one thing, but it was silly letting Microsoft buy, you know, give 80 million for that acquisition, but letting Nvidia take over Intel. Ooh. No, I think they're tag teaming on this one, but yeah, it could turn sour down the road somewhere. But it didn't hurt Intel stocks. But yeah, 5 billion is a healthy chunk. Yeah, there's warehouses. Warehouses full of that stuff. Who was it they're getting it from? One of the companies is supplying them, what? No, almost 1 million waivers a month. Yeah. Almost 1 million. They'd be unprocessed, obviously. Ah, no, I'm not dealing with this guy again, am I? Apparently I am. Oh, I see there's a rad scorpion after him. We'll leave those two play for a moment. Are they even going to attack each other? Of course not. They're going to tag team against me. Let's see, where can we run, Fred? Yeah. Let's just make a run for it, guys. These guys take up too much ammo. Now, where are we going? That way, apparently. Right. We might get someone else to take the heat. Okay, that's not too bad. Now, where is Seneca Station? Down here. God. Yeah, controlling in this game is pretty rough. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time. The timing would have to be perfect. There. That's not too bad. Now, there it is. That's Seneca Station, isn't it? It is. Right. We're obviously going to check around here, see if we can find any loot. Now that we have that up on our map. Oh yeah, I went through a sewer and I wound up in Georgetown. I got myself one of those Talon armor thing. You know those guys that are sent out to, how could I put this? Like a bounty thing? Yeah, the mercenaries. Yeah, let's have a quick look around here. Now, the way I would usually do this is... Yeah, you can see any entrance that's around. We just clear the area around everything. That way we don't miss anything. Sometimes there's hidden sewers and all that kind of stuff. Aha! There we go. We'll have a look in there now, 1 second. Okay. Well, that's kind of inviting, isn't it? Right, let's see. I remember a little store here. It could be somewhere else, so it looks the same. But let's see. I have a mod called the DC Interpreter that opens up a lot of the buildings you can explore. And that would be nice, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've forgotten. I've only played this game about half a dozen times. And the last time I think it might have been even, I don't know, probably close to a decade ago. Oh, we'll see. This is not a great weapon to be working with, but we need as much money as possible. If I can remember this, there's 2 teams as well that carry skill books. They're kind of expensive. Ah, this is just rad roaches. I remember this. Some cash in a safe. Yeah, at least I think I remember it. Yeah, we are taking everything, guys. Oh, I got myself a Nuka-Cola machine. I can remember from the last time I played, I used to just chill up the other stuff. It's worth a little bit more. There you are. Oh, is this the one with the safe with the gun? Is it? I think it's in a hard safe with. Maybe I'm thinking of the Vegas. I keep confusing the two. Oh. Still hear those little buggers. Okay.
This is Hong Kong Radio with your host, me, President John Henry.
I still hear something moving, guys. Yeah, we're not too bad so far. We will pick this place dry. And then we can we've got a nice fast travel point. And shift back from that. Okay, I think we got everything killed. Right. Let's go for it. I am remembering to keep the sugar bombs. Remember that ghoul guy near Tenpenny Towers, wasn't it? He used to buy those. The rest is just junk to saw. Yeah, I still hear something. It's probably just the sound effects in the game. Now let's see. Enough. Yeah, there's the safe. Ooh. Got a cigarette, guys. Now let's see. The sugar bombs. Bottle cap. Bottle cap. Every time I take these from a table, it reminds me of looking for the special one. And that was New Vegas, wasn't it? Okay, there's 2 of these. We might be able to get both of them done. If we hack this, and then we'll hit this. Yeah, okay, there can't be much in here. But that's not bad, we got a bit of junk anyway. We'll push this right back into storage or sell it straight away. That's about it, isn't it? Yeah, let's make sure. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, hack We'll hack this and then we'll open this. Yeah, the star bottle caps. That was a disappointing reward, wasn't it? Ton of fake badges. God, that was horrible. But I think the worst reward ever for a long drawn out thing like that again would go to BGS for the gems in Skyrim. You know, when you make the crown and give it to the Thieves Guild. What was it? More gems. Yeah, you get more gems and loot. Unbelievably bad reward. I think it was so bad, I think it comes in third as the worst reward in the history for finishing a quest. No. Okay, we'll hack this first. Remember how this goes. Okay. We'll got stuff with maybe okay, we'll go for an easy one. Remains. 3 is correct. Okay. It's not that one. Well, that's possible. Well, that's brutal. There. Yeah. I was gonna go with something with ing. I never found all of the unusual gems. Yeah, it's so stupid. But I used to remember where all of them were. Now I think I can remember about 20 of them. Some of them are very missable. Did you know that Dawn Blade in Skyrim? You're on about the Daedric quest for the sword. Dawnbreaker, is it? Stop it, Rex. Dawnbreaker, is it? Yeah, I do. I know the blade. Yeah. Is making a Dawnbreaker bow. Oh, nice. It will even have the glowing emblem on the front bow. Nice to get a matching set on that. Yeah. It's a pretty decent sword, but I always used to use it for decoration. It's really good for decoration. Usually in my main house I would use it. Yeah. Now. Nice. Nice. When it comes to mods, I think what Skyrim needs basically is a better kind of display system, you know, in your home. You know, for the kind of stuff you can display, you can get and display. It's never been good. I know. We're not disengaging the lock. We're getting some extra credit for this one, I'd say. Oh god. Okay. There we go. No. Ah well, we got something from this anyway, guys. I can't complain. Yeah. Okay, there was no special weapon here, but I'm probably thinking of a similar one in New Vegas. Layouts can be pretty much the same. Okay. We've cleared this one. Right, let's get back and get rid of this junk. I'll tell you what we might do. We might go a little bit down this here. And try... Oh, sugar! Oh! That's stupid. I forgot about this. Cost me 2 stim packs. Forgot all about these guys. Silly buggers. Alright. One of them should be carrying a note, shouldn't they? I already came across the other guys in the ruins. Yeah, there it is. That's the second one I've got. Okay. Let's see. That cost me 2 stim packs, although I've got a ton of them. Alright, let's have a look here. And that's the one I'm wearing. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What about the weapons? Combat knife, combat knife. I'll leave those for a second. Assault rifle. Not really. What's my weight now? Yeah, we're good to go. Right, we'll go back with this junk then. Aren't I? Yeah. I did, yeah. I used to farm it. There's a ton of them out in the ruins, yeah. There's a guy's one with fat man, wasn't it? Yeah, I used to regularly farm it, but not at this stage. I even forget where it is, actually. Yeah, I used to farm all of the junk for money and stuff. Yeah, they've got guns and bullets, and I don't know. I'm not sure if they've got a boblet. Yeah, when I find it, I'm definitely going to start farming it. But yeah, they're nasty pieces of stuff. I forget what they are, but I know it's a massive ruins. They've got some tents and junk up, don't they? I'm kind of remembering this as I'm playing it, kind of thing, you know. But I forgot about that little ambush. But it wasn't too bad. I had the combat shotgun. I wasn't going to face them outside. By coming in here, you know, I managed to kill off one, you know, before the other two got there, which gave me a good bit of time taking less damage. Yeah. Alright, let's get back with this one. What the? Oh, there's more. What the? No. Oh, okay. Not really. Okay, we'll put this away, guys. We're carrying far too much junk with us now. We'll go back, we'll store it. Where are we again? Megaton. Now, I still have some things to buy, so I would usually get rid of most of it then. They're the bobbleheads I've got so far. Now, this is junk that's going to be sold. Yeah, I'll keep those for a while. Actually, I usually trade in the laser pistols for ammo with the Brotherhood at the fort. Yeah, okay, just hold on to that one. I'll sort this one out later. Yeah, maybe I'm carrying too many weapons. Okay. I usually take about 50 of these and then I stop collecting them. That's just a thing I have, really. Oh, hit points plus 30. So we got the rads, sugar bombs, whiskey. Now, let me just get rid of this. Now, I think I remember when I used to buy this guy, I'd load it up with that Nuka-Cola. Almost doubles its price when it gets cold, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. That's cool. Yeah, they're worth 20 now. I think so. Yeah, we'll check them again next time. How much are they worth now? Yeah, they're worth 20. I think they're worth 11 before they're cold.
Welcome home, sir.
Okay. Right. Okay, let's fix this guy up and we'll see if we can close up this Lucy quest. Oh yeah, this one. Now, the way I would work this is I do the detoxify and then I get it working on something else. And then I would just click on this and do that, do that, and do that, and then we're done. That's it. Diddly done.
It's good to see you alive and well, sir.
Right, okay. Let's do something with Seneca. So I can remember there's a ton of booby traps. There's some junk in here. We gotta I forget where everything is. I do know we gotta do a speech check or something. That might not be the greatest, but we can do a deal with these guys, and then we can get the other guy to come back as well. We'll have to be careful. I wanted to get this one out of the way. Oh wow, okay. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look. Hang on. Actually, what I want here, and yeah, we'll just go with these for the time being. Save on a bit of ammo. Right, so we're here just to clean up, and then we'll kind of work our way down. Let me see. Oh, I found out later how to move stuff, young. On this, it's pushed down on the right analog stick. Yeah, same as New Vegas. Forgot all about it. Okay, let's see. Okay, hang on. There it is. Always room for another sim pack. Yeah, this is just the toilets and stuff. We'll just kind of clean it out as we're... don't we supply the first blood packs to sweeten the deal and that little thing, I think, on this quest. But I've been storing them up anyway. I'm really sure blood packs has something to do with it. There. What the? Got a bit of radiation. Right, okay. So we got this little bit done. Let me see. Murphy. Oh, Murphy, isn't that the guy you trade in the sugar bombs with, isn't it? I think it's Murphy, okay, yeah. Or maybe I'm mistaking him for someone else. Yeah, I think it's Murphy. I could be wrong. Is that him? Oh, right. Oh, hi, Wolf. And how have you been? Yeah, that's him.
You're not
Yeah,
here to try
I
and
just
steal my
remembered it
secrets,
now.
are you?
Pretty good. And you? How have you been, Wolf? Steal your secrets, not all. What's it? Yeah, sure, I'm here.
Good. I was afraid I was going to have to abandon my lab here. That would mean starting all over again. It's not easy trying to make Ultrajet, you know.
Ultrajet, that's some sort of supercam.
I suppose you could say that. Ultrajet is almost double the potency of Jet. Perfect for ghouls. Jet barely affects us.
I started to replay
Only
of
trouble
Fallout
is,
4
it's
yesterday
almost
for
impossible to
nostalgia.
gather the ingredients
Nice.
together.
Yeah, definitely.
Say,
If you've been
you
off
might
it a
be
long
able to help
time.
me with that.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to, because it's going to be how long? 6, 8 years maybe? Yeah, before we get another one, and God knows what that will be like. Pretty much the same with the Elder Scrolls. Yeah, we don't know what we're going to get. Oh, I heard as well that, but it's only rumored, guys, that all of the next gen stuff, because of this RAM crisis and stuff, it will most probably be coming out maybe 28. Yeah. It won't be coming out next year like they said. Well, you can't blame them, really. I forgot how much I played, and then I hit level 20 in about 6 hours. Yeah, just casually running around. This is what I've always liked about their games. You know, you can ignore the main story, run around. You'll find interesting places. Stuff like this, little quests, you know, that you could kind of miss if you weren't nosy. You know, that kind of stuff. Always finding something. This is what really attracted me to their games in the first place, you know. But it's less and less in every game, you know. Less and less. Now let me get something to drink. When we get a good stash of them, we can come back and sell them. Now, yeah, this is the guy I think he needs sugar bombs, yeah.
It takes 3 things to make Ultrajet. 2 of the ingredients I got plenty of. The other one is a little harder to find. Sugar bombs.
Yeah,
Distill it down to
maybe a
its
little
trace
bit.
contents and add
But
that to
then with the
formula,
radiation
then
poisoning,
presto,
yeah, a little clump of it
Ultrajet.
maybe.
For every
Yeah,
box
little
of sugar
clump
bombs
here and
you
there.
bring me, I'll pay you 15 caps. So you in?
Ah, sugar. Did I save?
Fine, anything to get
Oh, I
what
got
need.
it.
Now
I got
scram.
it.
I got some preparing to do.
Nice. I was lucky. I was lucky on that one. Now, let's save now. Let me see, did I save? No, I didn't. Well, I wasn't expecting that guy. Well, that's not a problem anyway. We got more money for those when we bring them. No. Can anyone remember, guys, where the... Maybe it's true here, I'm not sure. Well, I don't mind doing this, taking the rubbish from the floor. But we won't take it from the tables. We'll just clean up a little bit for these guys.
Ah, you're back. Good.
Yeah, it is this way, guys. I think it is this way. Now, I'll have to look at this. Yeah, we're not going to steal it, don't worry. No, we won't be taking anything like that. Just want to make sure he hasn't got a book or something. Let me see.
All my equipment is ready. Just need some sugar bombs.
Yeah. We'll get you your sugar bombs. Oh, we can't even sleep here. Oh! Nice, we got a few mines. Okay. Yeah, just the junk from the floor. Whatever else we can scrounge up in here, that's about it. Right, I think we're on the right track, guys.
You got the stuff, I got the caps. A match made in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're pretty much done. Right. Now, if I can remember this properly. So, I've been playing Wizard 101, and my crafted gear is better than level 6. Well, it usually goes that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Pretty much the same, let's say, in most of the BGS games. The crafted gear I can do in Skyrim is easily 10 times better than the other junk. Yeah, we'll leave that. Okay, I don't think I missed a book, did I? Or
All my equipment is ready. Just need some sugar bombs.
no. I don't remember a book here either, but then one would slip me even if there was. Yeah, there's no book here. We'd see it immediately. Right, okay. Well, that's safe. Oh yeah, I wasn't referring to that game, but I'm saying that, you know, the games that I play. It's, you know, pretty much like that. You can craft stuff better than you can pick up. Except for Oblivion. That had some really interesting stuff. Yeah. King's Isle. Oh. Entertainment. Yeah. No, yeah, if it was BGS, I would have recognized it. No. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's got to be down there, guys. Oh, no. I don't remember this, guys. But I do know one thing. We're not in Kansas anymore, I can tell you that. Where are these stupid vampires? Here. We're here anyway, we'll clean it out. Guys, they haven't got those Nightwalker things, have they? Because if they have, we're in some real trouble. Ah, sugar. Okay, not too bad. Minimum damage. It's the only game endorsed by MAD. Mothers against drunk drivers, really? Yeah, I just thought for a moment I might, yeah, the atmosphere in the caves remind me a lot of New Vegas. You know, the kind of green thing. But they're nearly as bad, those guys. We got lucky, we got a decent face shot in there. I don't even know what's down here, guys. But now that we're down here, we might as well check it out, yeah? I did pick the perk, guys, for the rifle accuracy, which will save us a ton of ammo. Oh, is this the one with the mine shaft, guys? You remember that? There's a ton of these guys, there's a couple of books. And I think a bobblehead. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of another game. Yeah. Hi, Blaster. Yeah, it's pretty good, especially if you got some accuracy with it, you know, for a face shot. Oh, let's see. That's most of the fun for me in this Wolf. Forgetting this. You know what I mean? If I remembered all of this, definitely wouldn't be a fun playthrough. But that's how bad it's become, guys, with BGS games. Gotta stop playing them for a decade and then start playing them again. Sad. No. There. I don't even know what we're doing here, but I do intend on clearing these locations anyway. Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh, I did say there was a ton of... I did say the booby traps, didn't I? This is the place, alright. Yeah, let's do a little bit of save scumming. Such a quick reload. Yeah, this is the spot. Just blew my leg off. Oh, there it is. There we go. Was not looking where I was going. Yeah, this is the spot. This will bring us up onto the tracks. I think we can kind of bargain with these guys. This is Fallout 3, Seb. Have you ever played it? This would have been the very first Fallout game that BGS did. You know, out from the original makers who did 1 and 2 on PC. This would have been their first offering. Yeah, the Chinese assault rifle is pretty good. I have a few of those. Yeah, just waiting to collect them. Well, yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to go through here with a busted leg and have to go all the way back out, get fixed up. There are only 5 things I remember of Fallout 3. Tenpenny Tower, the aircraft carrier Megaton, the gas station where you find your dad, and the electric company. Well, let me see the things that's... Well, this quest stands out for me a lot. It was probably one of the more interesting ones. And a gas station as well. And there was a little kind of cabin kind of thing on a hill. It was riddled with Enclave officers. And there was I think a unique sniper rifle inside. I can remember that as well. Rolls with the punches, yeah? That's New Vegas. Well, the way I look at games, Seb, you know, we're only playing for fun. That's how I see it. Yeah, this is the one. Sugar. Okay. No, we can't highlight those bombs. Okay, we'll do this the hard way. No. Yeah, I remember how to do this as well. Pretty much the same as New Vegas. Okay, there it is. Stupid landmines. I still have a ton of junk to buy, so... Okay, watch where you're going, Croc. We'll kind of clean our way up. We should be good. Ah, come on. Ah, stupid. There it is. I don't really even have to take these, but just to make it a little bit better. I got a bug for collecting rubbish. Okay. Now. Right. Well, this game is far from hard. Once you get your hands on a decent gun. Usually with these, let's say with the harder guys, especially in the beginning, you just, run them into a bunch of other enemies. Which kind of works as well. Yeah, that's what I was kind of, pushing the trigger. Yeah, you can't highlight them. I think there's a perk you can get where they don't go off if you go close to them. But it's kind of a waste of a perk. Yeah, I just need the cash. There's 2 of the teams, Seb. And with the 2 teams, let's say you can get skill books, even though they're only worth 1 point. From what I remember, one is speech and the other one I think is science. So for a backup, but they're pretty expensive. I plowed everything into other stuff and not into barter. So things are pretty expensive. So I'll need a good bit of cash, because once I get a team, then I'll have to get the other team, and I don't even think I like those 2. So I'll probably wind up buying 3 teams, just to get the 2 books, and you don't get your money back for the teams. If you change your mind with a team, it would just kind of wipe it and then you start again. Tin can grenades, nice. Right here. Yeah, this is the way, isn't it? Yeah, there's. Hang on. Ah, I remember that one. I remember you. Now, that's the direction, guys, we've got to go. So what we got to do is we'll go down here. And, yeah, we'll just clean it out. Let's see if there's anything else down here. Plus, anyway, I like doing this because, kind of really, in case I'm missing another entrance going somewhere. At least Fallout 3 is fun to watch now. I have always found it okay. Yeah, I've always found it enjoyable enough. I thought, let's say, I found New Vegas, let's say, to be a little bit more immersive. This has always been kind of okay. This did get a bad hit, obviously, from the original fans of the game. But, 1 and 2 would have been kind of a basic PC kind of looking down on the character kind of thing. So, obviously, this would have been a big change to what they were really into. Watchable, yeah? Now, I gotta keep drinking this, guys, to keep flushing my kidney. Now, we're just seeing in case we're missing a little something. And this is a thing too about these older games they made. It always pays to be nosy. You can find some decent stuff. Sometimes. Oh yeah. That's a trap, isn't it? One of those tennis ball machines. Oh, you little... Oh, That's weird. Oh, there it is. Stupid. I didn't see that one coming. Okay, we fell for that one. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, there's Dean's Electronics here, isn't there? Oh, hi, God of Time. And how have you been? So tell me, what part are you from? Yeah, well that's the way out. We'll just go up here and we'll clear. But I'm nearly sure there's something interesting in there. It all kind of looks the same. Yeah, that's the way. Oh, sugar! Okay, Croc, take it easy. Yeah, okay, we'll just clear this. And what we need to do is we'll just get out here so we can bring it up on the map. And thanks for following, God of Time. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. Where are we? Let's see where we are. Oh, okay. Okay, we got another location anyway. This we'll check later. We're still stuck on this one. Ah, so your parents are cool. So you're in the UK, yeah? So it's the same time zone. Yeah. There we go, guys. We'll just have a check. I'm nearly sure there's a book in here, guys. It looks familiar. There's probably something waiting for us too, is there? Oh, nah, that was scummy. Yeah, I was right about the booby traps. Not in the UK right now, in Florida. Nice, nice. So, are you over there with your parents, or I'm not sure what age you are. Are you working over there? Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, there's another one, guys. Yeah, well, we need to clear these anyway. What I like to do with these is kind of discover everything. You know, you get that kind of local layout. And then we'll carry on that little quest to the side and we'll clean everything. And then we'll pop outside the door and get it up on our radar. Cool. Right, let's see where we are now. Got a good mod over here. Not mod job. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just the other side of it, guys. Yeah, we can hit this later. Now, we've got the tunnels cleared. I kind of forget this quest, but I do know we've got to do a lot of convincing on this one. Which way was it? This way? Yeah, I don't know why I keep ticking on this. We can't highlight the bombs, can we? I think I usually come in from the other side. Okay. Right, this is where we gotta be careful. I think we can persuade this guy. I don't have much for speech, to be honest. Okay, down with the gun. And we'll save it here. $40 an hour. Oh, I see. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nice. That's good money. PCR console. It does, yeah. I do know on this we can kind of do a bargain with these guys. This is one of the quests I really remember, where they'll kind of protect or they send one of their guys to protect the town, in exchange for blood packs. And then I think the guy we've got to talk to, we can deliver him the letter, we can persuade him to leave. I think he's brainwashed or something. And I think he winds up in Megaton with Lucy, doesn't he? From what I remember, I think this guy has a sword is all you can get. I'm not sure. I know we gotta be careful here anyway. There's another one there. Yeah, this guy is here. So we'll need a few saves for this, guys. I want the happy ending on this one if I can get it. Yeah, there he is.
Whoa, whoa, slow down there. This area's off limits to everyone but the family. Where the hell do you think you're going?
Speech. I really need to get by you. It's important I find where I'm going. This is not going to work well, is it?
I don't care what you need. This place is off limits and that's that. Sounds like an interesting problem. Let me take 100 of those off your hands. Lighten the load.
We gotta bribe him. For God's sake. Yeah, we're collecting bean tins. We're literally collecting tins. We gotta bribe this idiot. Because I didn't really stick much into speech. Well. Easy come, easy go, I suppose. No problem. God of time, thanks again for stopping in and following. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. And you too. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, we gotta bribe him. Well. But I knew there's a ton of speech checks on this, guys, and we are pretty bad. Well, I don't want to kill this guy anyway.
I suggest taking the door around the corner if you want to get where I think you're going. You'll find it unlocked in a moment. If I were you, I'd speak to Vance.
Greetings, Collector. And how have you been?
Usually find him on the mezzanine overlooking the common area.
Okay.
Just remember, I got...
Yeah. Okay, we had to bribe him, guys. Yeah, well. Now. There's skill books in here, isn't there? Well, we'll really search our way down anyway. Well, we can't stay in any of the skill books we'll take. Let me see. We could have killed him, but that was not gonna go down too well, I'd say, with the rest of these guys. Oh, there it is, guys. Tumblers today. We got one. Yay! I knew there was a book here somewhere. Ooh, that's yeah, that's harsh. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Definitely a week to be inside. Yeah, we got tumblers today, guys.
Those who have left the Brotherhood still, branded outcasts, are just as dangerous.
Yeah, I knew there was something here. Okay, we got that. We're not too bad. Right, let's see. Okay. Oh, we had to pay to get in, but whatever. It is, yeah. No, I had a really bad speech on this character. I would always do this just to get a good look at this area map like this. Okay. Now, this is where we meet the guy up here, but what I tend to do is we'll have a little look down here. See what we got. 0. Cool. Ah, this is where we need another save. Usually I've got a pretty decent speech by the time I get here. From what I remember, but we'll see. Now we don't want to take any speech options if we can't do them, so I think you only get one shot at it. Isn't there a science book in here on the table or something? Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, let's have a look around anyway.
Never had someone so young before in this place.
Let's have a look.
Brianna, I'd leave him alone for a while. Before, well, you know.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Any more books? Anything? Oh, I see they've got a store. Okay. Is this the game, guys, where you meet that vendor in the middle of nowhere? He's got like 3 or 4 skill books that can't be bought. All of them have to be stolen. They're on a shelf. Right on top of an overpass. I'll know the area when I get there anyway. Okay, there's another book here. I can't see it. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think it's clean. Now, we'll just have a quick look in this area. Plus, anyway, I want to scope out how big this place is. We could be missing a little doorway into something interesting. That's the way it usually goes. Now, all we're going to do is take a look to the center and then we're good to go. Is this the one, guys, with the schematics all over the place? That's probably New Vegas as well. Okay. Okay, I think that's it, guys. Now that guy is up the stairs, isn't he? Yeah, it's all clear. So what are we gotta do again? Yeah, that's the layout there. There's that place to the side, but we've already been in there. Yeah, that's basically still the same thing. The underpass and a weird display of toilet plungers. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Hi, Jordan. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Or is it pencils? Yeah. The toilet plungers, I remember that room. Oh, I remember one, but the one I remember I think is in Fallout 4, Jordan. It's near that coastal cottage. Just under the... Yeah, there's a ton of toilet plungers. That's the one I can remember. About the teddy bears. Represent a dead kid. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely one of the BGS games. I remember there's this overpass. There's this trader. Well, kind of, you know those trader guys. He's selling some junk. But he's got 3 or 4 skill books. You can't buy them from them. But you can steal them from the rack. And then if you pass that down, there's a little kind of alleyway into, I think into the left. Where there's a kind of ambush waiting in there. They've done a few. I remember one in particular. Well, Skyrim is kind of riddled with that kind of stuff. There's tons of references, let's say, to the Arthurian legend. You know, Sword in the Stone, Lady of the Lake, that kind of thing. But there was one. It took me about 3 minutes to get it, but it was. I think they've changed it now, but it was the first time I was playing it. I went into this cave, It was almost down near Marquardt, you know, in that area. And there was 3 bears inside. I know. But I killed the 3 bears, and then I was, you know, looting everything. So there was a dead bandit. He was kind of propped to the side. And, you know, I take everything. So I stripped the bandit of everything. And I didn't realize it then, but the bandit had blonde hair. And that's not something you'd see, you know, yellowish blonde hair in Skyrim. I don't think I've ever seen an NPC with that. And it was only about 3 or 4 minutes later when I was out, and then I realized, yeah, Goldilocks and the 3 bears. Had to be. I went back since, maybe about 10 years later, and checked the cave when I could remember it. But now the bandit is just ordinary. I don't know what happened there. I doubt we'll ever get it back. It was like it's a different culture now, almost even, where people are making games. You know, let's say they weren't generating the kind of money that they were doing now, but they were generating a lot of money. You know, you could make your career and fortune, but let's say when there was no money in them, or let's say not a big whole ton pile of money, you got guys that really love to do this, you know, and they're the games that you want. You know, they'd kind of, you know, they'd start a quest and, you know, what suits the quest, you know, that kind of thing. Now, and I've nothing against them earning money, but to be in it solely for earning money, you know, if you're going to look at this like a job, it's going to be a job for people to play, you know. So if they're just ticking boxes on a quest, or making it as simple and, you know, that's that kind of thing, yeah. The only time now you'll see anything that's kind of coming together now would be the AA or the indie companies. And that's because, you know, most of these guys, they've just started off. You know, they probably got into it because they had a passion and they actually play games, you know. But now it's all changed, hasn't it? Yeah, it's all changed. Now, I don't know, that's the kind of game I like. I don't know if everyone else is the same. You know, I do like a decent story. And regardless of what BGS and Emil would say, no, I don't think gamers are stupid that you've got to make a fetch quest before they understand it. You know, I think that's more projection, I think, on their part. You know, that kind of stuff. But it's just an excuse to make something cheap, I suppose. You know. Yeah, I remember those. Absolutely is. Hi, Jonathan. Yeah. But he's got some strange theories on gaming. He said, like, why bother, you know, making quests and, you know, making them any good in Fallout 4 when somebody's going to spend 30 hours building a shack? I'm afraid he's very, very wrong in that. Only a very, very few would bother with building in Fallout 4. I would say less than 5%. And less than 1% of them would spend, you know, more than 10 hours on a settlement. So it's a tiny minority of players. Most people were there, even if they did even bother with the settlements, they would just throw a few beds in and just, you know, go and do their quests. You know, I think the majority of the players, you know, would be into the quests, you know. But he probably knows that. There's no way he doesn't know that. So that's just, you know, an excuse, to be honest. Yeah, that's just an excuse. So how have you been, Jonathan? But it's kind of sad when you come back to a game like this. This was BGS's first attempt at Fallout, wasn't it? To enjoy something like this after you've almost forgotten it, you know. And it goes to show you too how things have changed. Yeah. After the first playthrough, the only thing I did with settlements was making one. Yeah, that's it, just for cash, or because it kind of suited it. Yeah, that's what the majority of players would do. The vast majority. Ah, that's good. Oh, the last workday. Nice. Yeah. You'll probably be getting some holidays for the new year. Cool.
Pointed with your progress.
Right, let's save it here.
I knew he wasn't.
Now, I know there's a ton of speech checks from what I can remember in this, but basically we can kind of do a deal with this kind of thing and then we can see the other guy. But my speech check is pretty bad. I've concentrated on other things. Glue is a thing, yeah. Well, we used to grow some crops, wasn't it? We used to make the vegetable starch, and then from the vegetable starch make the glue, wasn't it? Yeah, I think that's the way we used to do it. But I found if you want to make a ton of caps in the settlements, you'd want to kind of go the, corn and those three crops. Well, that's pretty good, let's say, for the likes of crafting and stuff like that. But the real way on that was water. Yeah, water was always the thing. I remember setting up a lot of the industrial ones, and I think within about a week in game, the whole thing came to a halt. Yeah, literally. I used to get them producing 500-600 water every day. Massive amount. But that bugged out real quick. And no water would show up in the bench. Everyone would be complaining and there was no way of fixing it. But I found the problem. It was the industrial water ones. If you use, the normal little pumps that just give you 3 water, they never bug out for some reason. So I would put up maybe about 100, 150 of those, getting it close to 500, and I would, get a really nasty piece of ground and kind of cover it over, making, it would be underneath the building, and it wouldn't be a problem. But I mean, like, tons of money. It never bugged out after that. But you've got to use the, the old metal pumps, the ones you need the cogs for. Yeah, the one that gives 3 water. And you'll fit in under them pretty quickly under a large base, Yeah, but too much things you had to collect. Fertilizer and stuff like that, wasn't it? Yeah, the waterway was really the way to go. If you wanted money. I had a ridiculous amount of money in that game. I played with a mod called a Water Baron, which lets you sell water orders in the same manner you buy shipments and things from traders. Nice. So instead of carrying around 50 bottles at a time, you just sell them the shipments on a sheet of paper. Cool. But like all BGS games, guys, money becomes obsolete pretty quick. Once you get a system up like that and running. Yeah. But with that, I think I bought every gun in the game that was unique. And all the pieces of armor as well. Yeah. But there's always been a problem with legendary weapons in these games, I think. The only thing I've got here that was unique so far, you remember that reservist rifle, guys? Yeah, I went out to, where you pick up the coordinates for Oasis? I went out and I shot that guy off the perch, so I've got that unique sniper rifle. And I've got that mask. Do you remember that relay station? That lady with the welding mask? It's not great. It's not much better, let's say, than a normal stuff, but it is unique. I've always had a thing for picking up the unique stuff. I think they're the only 2 pieces I have. And from what I remember of Oasis, if we grant that guy's wish and put him out of his misery, we'll get solid as a rock or something, or stand as we fall. Some kind of strange perk that gives us some kind of bullet resistance, doesn't it? Yeah. Doesn't that weird guy with his country named after himself, Dave? Yeah, that's the Republic of Dave. I remember that one. He's one of the targets. Do you remember that ghoul that you come across in that ghoul place? Yeah. He sends you on a quest to kill 3 racist guys. One is Dave, and the other one is that Dukov, and I think Tenpenny, isn't it? But you can kind of lie to him as well with a good speech check. But basically all he wants is their keys. But once you get the keys, you can go, and I think it's some army base, and you'll get some kind of unique power armor. Yeah, Dave. Republic of Dave. There's a bobblehead there, there's a unique pistol in the safe, and I think there's a skill book. I remember it. Underworld. That's the place. Yeah. But wasn't there a lady in Underworld as well? If you chat to her, she'll give you a book, and it's not a skill book. But if you read it, you'll get one speech, I remember. Yeah. You remember she said she found a ton of them. Yeah, I think there's that as well. Underworld. That's the spot. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, it will give you one speech, even though it's not a skill book. So there's tons of little things to kind of still find in this. Yes, there is a new... I forget about the Nuka-Cola Lady here collector, believe it or not. But I definitely remember the one in Fallout 4. Yeah. Now, we've got to meet... yeah, where's this guy we got to meet anyway? I'm just checking this for books, guys. Well, we got one coming in. Usually there's just one in an area. But it's kind of random. Sometimes you find 2. And I think very rarely, but even sometimes I think you can find 3. But I'm just being careful here that we don't miss anything, you know. Now, where's this guy we gotta talk to? This vampire dude. Yeah, for 100 caps we can actually come in and security in this place is really bad. Here, what's that there? No, we're good. Right, let's find this guy. Well, there's pretty much nothing here anyway. Yeah, that's what I forgot about this as well. It doesn't exactly put an arrow over someone's head, does it? We're looking for the head honcho. We'll talk to one of these guys in a minute.
I got the time.
Oh, cash. You've got, okay. I think we got a vendor. I hope to do go ahead and port this game to 440p. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. For this one. I'd love to play New Vegas. They've got it fixed up a lot on PC, haven't they? They've got tons of new quests and they've really fixed it up. But I heard the tale of 2 cities when I checked on it, but this was quite some time ago. I think it was still kind of pretty basic, the dialogue and stuff like that. But I think they've been working on it since, haven't they? More of an envy thing, I think. It's always been a bad word, I think, for Todd, New Vegas. Because the game is much liked, let's say, by Fallout fans. Even though they gave it to a way smaller company. Pretty much put whatever roadblocks they could to stop them from making it, and crunched them on, what, 18 months to finish it? Yeah. So, yeah, it doesn't make Todd look that good. If they do a remake, guys, you know, Todd will obviously object to it, but it will be Microsoft, let's say, that pushes that one through, for money, of course. To work on the next Fallout 4. I heard Obsidian got in Tim Kaine again. You remember Tim? He would have been one of the founders, wouldn't he, of the original Fallout? Yeah. But let's say the Outer Worlds 2. I know there was a lot of people playing it in the beginning, and then it dropped off like 96%, I think, in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But you had a ton of Game Pass playing it, but I think the only actual sales they got from Avowed 2 were people actually bought the game. I think it's just under 500,000 copies. Yeah, I think it's just under 500,000. Yeah, so Game Pass is, definitely it's costing Microsoft as well. Yeah, yeah, but what kind of authority will he have? Just more like a PR stunt. They'll still make it their way anyway, Jonathan, no matter what he says. Yeah, again, I would say that's Microsoft, but the second season I heard, Collector, has not been well received. I think they put the lore of New Vegas on the chopping block. I think especially with Mr. House. So apparently their numbers are not the greatest either. I think their numbers, I think, for viewing on, from what I've heard, I don't know how true it is. Their numbers for viewing on the second season was, I think, is about 70% of the first season. Which usually, if something is received well, the follow-up will have even more. But I think they chopped it up a bit. Absolutely, yeah. I think they did a hatchet job on the house. They renamed that as well, yeah. No, it was acceptable. Yeah, it was by no way a work of art, but it was watchable, and that was a lot more than I expected from a Jonathan. I thought it was watchable. Yeah. It didn't give me any surprises, but I thought it stuck reasonably well to the story. Yeah. Oh, hi, Mighty Hi. How are you? Yeah, I thought it was okay. Exactly. Especially after the disaster of Witcher. Where I was kind of thinking maybe they were going to do something. But give them time, Collector. They've started already with a hatchet job they did on the house. You would think they would learn that, let's say, the core base that's going to be watching that would have been fans of the game. And fans of New Vegas and Fallout do not like to see the lore get, chopped into little pieces or, changed or reappropriated. Yeah. Yeah, The Witcher was an absolute travesty. Yeah. Could have been. They had the ideal guy. I was skeptical when I heard it was Henry Cavill, but once I seen him, yeah, that's it. But they got Aquaguy's brother now to do it, didn't they? And now they're going with, oh yeah, it's The Witcher, but this guy has a different personality. I didn't watch it at all. Yeah. But even, let's say, when Henry was playing it, once they got about 7-8 episodes in, the story really started to drop. They started quite good. They started with, they would move to a little different thing, a little different monster to kill him. That, to go quite quickly to another story. That's the way it should be going. You wouldn't mind them hanging along for 3 or 4 episodes on something personal, but they seemed to make the entire series after that one character, and it changed way too much. I've seen series do this time and time again, where, they'd start off to be very, very successful. Would be a different thing every week, blah, 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 and, keeping everyone interested. Then they would stick on a character's personal problem, like for 7, 8, 10, 12 weeks, and people would start dropping off like flies, But you'd think they would learn from this. I've seen many, pretty successful, TV series do the same. Yeah. Oh, they would just chop it up anyway. They seem fit. But from what I heard, let's say the writers on The Witcher, if that's what you could call them, they would openly criticize and laugh at the story in the game. You know what I mean? Which is it's not a good sign. If they were so against, the book, You know, they should have going maybe making a spin-off. But no, they obviously wanted a name to attract in the viewers. So they just used it, basically. You know, for their own ideology, I suppose. Well, it wasn't because they liked the book, and it wasn't because they wanted money even, Jonathan. I believe it's because they wanted to send a message and they wanted to re-educate. They wanted to be a kind of a hero, you know, a preacher in the wasteland kind of thing. They wanted everyone to believe what they believed. And they basically used the book, and they're using games to do the same. Sometimes it's pretty subtle, you know what I mean, and sometimes not so much. But this kind of stuff usually starts off in small steps. Yeah. No, they're not motivated by money. I think this is clear. You know, you see game companies almost going under, and they're still doubling down. So, yeah. It's not about money. Yeah. It's about sending a message. And there's so many of these people now, let's say, that have some kind of trauma or chip in their shoulder for some reason. You know, we've all had problems, guys, but we don't do that, you know. I think, you know, a game is someone's pastime and that. Sure, you know, there's issues that they're on about that I absolutely sympathize, and some of them I actually even agree with. But I don't think a video game is you know, where you should be trying to make progress in that with, you know. Yes. Yeah, I believe so. Hang on. Let me just read your tag. Hunting's Hunt. Yeah. It cannot be money because they're losing money hand and foot. Companies are almost going bankrupt. Sales are going down left, right, and centre. I think now, I think it's at a situation where there's so many of these people in companies. I think getting them out are like ticks. Getting them out would be pretty hard to do. I think most game studios have literally lost control of their company. In the beginning, obviously, they were making a few bucks, so they kind of ran with it, you know. But now I think it's starting to backfire, as usual. You know, who didn't see that one coming? Yeah. But it's not just the ideology or whatever the case may be, or the kind of subtle brainwashing. You know, you can just kind of poo-poo that and push it to the one side. They're just making bad games as well, to be honest. You know, they're making bad, boring games. You know, like Lorien Studios, you know, that was kind of going that way, but it was a good game, you know, and that was something to the side. It wasn't part of the main story. You could choose to get involved in it or not. You know, BioWare even, you know, went down that road. You know, take it or leave it kind of thing. But when it's kind of pushed and you can't avoid it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Plus, anyway, when you're playing your game, you do it for escapism. You know, you don't want to hear stuff that you're probably hearing every 5 seconds. You know. But that's just my opinion, and I suppose a lot of other people as well. Cheesy. Oh, the old kind of yeah. Yeah, tying him to the railway. Yeah. Well, that was going on, the dumbing down stuff. You don't mind if I call you Hunt? That's been going on for a long time. Well, basically, if you make a quest that's complicated with different endings and all that stuff, you're talking about more money, more time. So they kind of dumbed down stuff a lot. Shunt. Sorry. Yeah. There was no no punctuation on it. So it's hunting shunt. Yeah, but it can be read as Hunting's hunt. Yeah. Shunt. Okay, yeah. No problem, shunt. Yeah. Unless that kind of quest, yeah. I don't want any current day politics. Yeah, you don't want that. Do we not play games, let's say, to escape from reality? Not to be pushed, headlong into it, But it will pass. There's a lot of companies dying now. The biggest threat to gaming, well, I see so far, is that massive greed, which was always there, and purposely dumbing down the games. But the latest problem would be, again, massive greed with AI and Nvidia, basically, are a toxic little company that has been going under the radar for quite some time, But they've pretty much put the last nail in the coffin. But this is how I see corporations, guys. Let's say, when playing games was just a kind of, a small thing, you know what I mean? And it wasn't generating a lot of money. They kept away from it. Then it started to generate money. Now they're all over it. They'll squeeze it dry. They'll literally squeeze that dry. And then when the whole thing collapses and, it's destroyed, they'll move on to the next phase. They'll find something else. And they'll do that. They work like a parasite, really. They'll come along, they'll get a host, they'll infect it as much as they can and get as much as they can from it, and then pretty much move on. This is how it works. You know what I mean? And they're not bothered that it's everyone's pastime or anything like that. That has nothing got to do with it. But the mad money that games have been making. But they've only been making that kind of money, let's say, because people are being squeezed. With microtransactions, battle passes, DLCs, more stuff. They're not going to be happy until you're renting that game every single day. And your hardware as well. But this latest push now between, let's say, what Microsoft is doing and some of the other companies, and of course the push for AI, unfortunately is driving a lot of people to cloud. That is a major problem. Yeah, because once they get everyone over in cloud, it's over. Yeah, it's done. It's all over then. That's absolutely true. There's a good few reasons for that. Apparently on Steam Shunt, only 14% of the players play new games. All the rest will play dated titles. A couple of things. We'll go to the obvious. The ridiculous price of a game. $50 is enough for any game. I don't care what it is. The price range for games running from indie to so-called AAA, or if you're listening to Ubisoft, quadruple A, $20 to $50. Yeah, that's it. Now they're pushing for 100. Yeah. Yeah, that's like a PC store. Yeah, my sons are in that, but I've never played on PC. And that should be it. Now, they're boohooing about how much these games are costing. Okay? But look at it the way I look at it, guys. Obsidian made a decent game in 18 months with a tiny dev crew. Maybe a couple of dozen people. Sure, it was buggy in that, but they eventually cleaned it up. You can make a decent game in under, well, let's say 2 years, especially with the teams they have, and it doesn't have to be a billion planets with nothing on it like Starfield. If they're mismanaging it, if they've got legions of workers who are not interested in making games, instead are interested in going on social media and calling out the chuds and telling them that they don't want white guys playing their game. White males, playing their game. When ironically, the vast majority of people who play the games, alienating their customer base, doing stuff like that. They need to go. They're not there to make games. I believe in, best person for the best job, and that's what diversity is supposed to be. Doesn't matter what color, your sexuality, whatever the case may be. If you're the best person for that job, you should be doing it. I believe in that. Best person for the best job. I don't believe, let's say, in filling your ranks, just because you want to do an even split on something. What you're doing then is you're diluting your base, and you're making the whole thing way too costly. We shouldn't be paying for that. Yeah, we shouldn't be paying for that. But I do believe, guys, best person, the most qualified and the most talented should get the job. And I don't care if they're from Mars. I don't care what their sexuality is. I don't think anyone does. But they've made it about that. They've literally made it about that. And, yeah, a game should be pure fantasy. Anything else is just a waste of time. Yeah, it's probably the collector, the really expensive controller I got from Microsoft. Yeah. Here, let me just reset it again. It's already happening, Jonathan. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Here, let me just reset this again for a moment. There, how's that, guys? Yeah, it's the expensive controllers from Microsoft. And my advice to Microsoft, if they want to sell consoles and they want to sell controllers, they want to make ones that work. Yeah. No, I've got to keep resetting it every time it does that. Yeah, there's been massive layoffs now, but a lot of companies are going to see this to the end. Yeah, they're literally going to see it to the end. But that was a cool move that Ubisoft did.
And how are we doing today?
They've probably earned themselves a couple of years, I suppose, to turn it around. When they switched those IPs over to Tencent. Yeah. Yeah, they bought themselves a bit of time there. Absolutely. The next ones I get will be the Wolverine. I'll never ever buy a Microsoft. Well, I got this as a gift from my son, actually. I got 2 of them. And yeah, I kind of knew they were going to be slumped. But you can't say that if you're getting something as a gift.
Sorry, Fancy. I'll be a
Absolutely, yeah.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
To me, what did I do?
Well, I'm surprised you don't know me. I'm Brianna. I take care of the men around here.
Oh.
Well, unmarried ones, anyway.
I see. I'm looking for Ian West. Have you seen him?
Vance has him in meditation right now. No one's supposed to be in there. Poor kid. He looks like he could use another friend.
Oh yeah, I've heard good things about them, Jonathan. Absolutely. I know quite a few myself. I could be his friend. I could be your friend as well.
That is sweet, but Vance would kick my rather gorgeous ass right out of here if I told you how to find Ian. Sorry.
This, did you see the latest on this Facebook, guys? Ooh. I think they're gonna see hard times coming. Yeah. But they've been delaying that. It's not a good sign. They've been delaying it and delaying it. I wonder how Microsoft is gonna spin this one. Anything else you can tell me about West?
Like I told you, Vance has him in meditation right now. No one's supposed to be in there.
Okay, that's it. Okay, who's this Ian guy?
Bye,
I just wanted to tell you I feel you've progressed quite well in
That's
adopting our
Vance.
laws.
Okay, but
You should be
Vance, Alan.
Oh, thank you, Vance.
Never seen
No,
you
this
around.
guy is like a vampire, isn't he? Justin
I'll
and
be at
Carl.
the store later.
So where is this guy? I remember meeting him up here.
This level of enlightenment all on your own. I would
Yeah, they're not exactly holding my hand on what to do next, are they?
merely guide.
Okay, he's got to be up here. I think he's in the containment area, is he? No, there is no. Oh, here. He's got to be down here, guys. Well, either way, we'll find the entrance anyway. Okay, here. Let's just have a quick look. I'd say he's in there. No, I think we can break him out at this stage. But is there any junk here? Yeah, that's where he is. Where is this Ian guy? Here. Let's see what we've got here. In case we're missing a bobblehead or a book or something. Probably not, but we already got one on the way, and usually there's just one. But sometimes you can pick up several. Isn't it in here, guys? He's got the weapon. But I think he gifted to us. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, this is Ian's spot. Yeah. We'll see. Okay, let's find this Ian guy. He's gotta be here somewhere. Well, all the goodies are gone so far. Where were those two? Probably, yeah. I think so. I think it might be a contest. Oh. They've got some nice... They even used the same beds in Fallout 4, guys, didn't they? Pretty much. They're legendary for reusing stuff, aren't they? Okay, Ian, where are you? I'm tempted... here, let's see. Oh, Justin. Alan. Oh, there's Vance. No, Vance is not. We're looking for... Is Vance the guy we're looking for? It is Vance, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's Vance we're looking for, guys. Yeah, Ian is the guy we came to rescue. I think it's Vance we're looking for, is it? Yeah, that's him, isn't it?
Welcome to our home.
This is him.
My
Yeah,
people
it's
call me
Vance.
Vance.
Yeah, it's Vance.
I lead
Yeah,
this
I
group
thought
of
I was looking
weary
for Ian there
travelers
for a
and
moment.
outcasts who need a home.
So,
And to what do I
the
owe
way I
the
remember
pleasure
this,
of
we
your
can do a
visit?
deal with this guy. This place is very different from any other settlements I've seen.
What you see before you is the last bastion of hope for the downtrodden and misunderstood. It is a
Talking this
sanctuary
guy
for the
reminds me of
oppressed and
the,
a
you know,
beacon
talking
of
to that
faith
vampire
for
in
the
Oblivion.
tyrannized.
You remember that guy where you put some garlic? You do the reverse pickpocket. Allow Vance to continue.
We are the remnants of society, cast aside like the clean-picked bones of a hunter's feast. I led my flock
will be
beneath
mass-produced,
the sun-baked
yeah,
sands
yeah.
of the wasteland.
It's
to
not.
keep them
I don't
safe
mind that
and
too
teach
much,
them
obviously.
my ways. Men of science would call us
But they are pretty
cannibals,
famous for
eaters of
reusing
human
everything,
flesh.
including
Society
code.
labels us as monsters,
You know, there was Oblivion code, I
demons, and
think,
the
in
unclean.
Fallout 76. And apparently, Skyrim code in Fallout 4. Apparently, this is the reason when you shoot down a vertebrate, it kind of always crashes, kind of heads for you. Apparently. Yeah, they reuse code all the time. This has apparently resulted in what they're called tech debt. Isn't that the term, Jonathan? Where they start, let's say, putting in a code early on in the engine and reusing that code and then burying it under a ton of other code. And then it gets to the stage where to remove that code you would have to remove a ton of stuff, and then they're limited by that really old code. Yeah. Because they wouldn't let's say for the sake of a week and maybe a little bit more money, they wouldn't, kind of write a new code that could be kind of changed in and out. Or they would use a piece of code and rely on too many systems on that. Yeah, tech debt. Yeah, that's the one. Well, the speech is not going to work anyway, is it? Well, we'll give it a shot.
I am afraid that the knowledge required to appreciate our true nature
Hey, it's a pity. He had an interesting
is
story.
far above your level of comprehension. Your words
Well, we'll
illustrate
hear him
why
out
the
anyway.
hardships persist for my people. Reforming implies something is wrong.
But it's
with
crazy,
them and
Jonathan, when
needs
you
to be
think-
eliminated. I think of my
You know how long
teachings
that
as more
engine
of
has
an
been going
improvement,
around.
a way to transcend
And I suppose
our
you can't really blame the
cannibalistic
engine, to a sense. But they've got the engine in such a way now that, they would have to strip it and start from scratch again. Cutting corners. Not thinking about the future and taking shortcuts. If I accept that you're no longer cannibals, what do I call you? A cannibal by another name is... Okay. That seems to be the most...
Your
easiest one.
open-mindedness is very rare for a human.
The Y2K.
I find that fascinating.
That's
Allow me to bolster your
yeah,
insight
I
with a
remember that
lesson
one.
in objectivity. I say
No,
we are no longer
the
cannibal,
Y2K
only
was
consuming the blood of our prey.
more
What would
kind
that
of
make
a
us in your
stereotype.
eyes?
What they did was when they had certain limitations on stuff, on dates and whatever the case may be, they forgot to do the reset, let's say, when it went to the year 2000, and they were afraid all these systems would fail. It was a pretty easy thing to go in because, the hype was going on for months and months before, and they fixed that pretty quick. The thing it is with tech debt, from what I can understand, let's say you're building an engine, and let's say that engine, let's say it has 1,000 pieces of code. They're all layered on top of each other, okay? And if, let's say, you want to get to the code, let's say 900 or whatever the case may be, you've got to kind of dig down through it. And if you've got too many other things, let's say, relying on that. So if you change one piece of code, it might affect 2 or 3 different pieces of code. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So it's not easy to change. But with the code they started off, because they're reusing it over and over and over and over and over again, all systems are kind of tied in. And I think it even gets to the stage where, even a developer working on the machine that even built it from scratch would know exactly what would go wrong when they start messing with it, Lots of other gaming companies, let's say, don't really have this problem because, maybe they do a little piece of code for a specific thing and they don't, let's say, get too many other systems to depend on it, I suppose. So it would be a way of, let's say, reusing code, or let's say getting it to go with other code. So instead of putting, let's say, and this is just me just kind of guessing, let's say to run the machine, you'd need 1,000 pieces of code, but if they did it this way with tons of different pieces of code, reusing it and teaming it up with other things, they could do it with maybe half the coding, half the time, half the expense. I suppose something like that. But I'm just guessing. Yeah, only using the digits, Yeah, 99, yeah, that's right. But it's apparently, pretty complicated, and I can understand it is. Oh, did you hear that massive hack that Ubisoft had, guys? What kind of a company gets hacked by 4 different hacking teams at once? And after looking into it, they said they don't even think that the 4 teams were working together. How bad is that? Yeah. How bad is that? But apparently they hacked in first and they get people tons of skins, even developer skins, and a ton of credits. Apparently I think they were all. They got to be all working together, and that was some kind of Trojan horse. But they tried to, and Ubisoft said they didn't manage to get user information. But apparently they lifted a ton of code, from the game. And from what I heard, I don't know how true it is, the weak link, how they managed to hack, was greed. Ubisoft have been sourcing out their help desk, and sourced it out overseas to India. And apparently, allegedly, I don't know how true it is, that the guys there were selling access to people, So what would they care about a French company, They were selling access to companies, so that kind of got them in the back door. Yeah, they were getting developer access. Yeah, they were buying the passcodes or whatever. That's what I've heard. How true it is, I don't know. But it's still all hearsay. Oh, yeah, did you see how far the shares dropped, guys? I think it's like, what, $1.50 now, isn't it? Even during the Shadows thing, what was it, $6? It's down to $1.50, I think. Yeah, 149 or something.
Then that is a mystery you will have to solve on your own. In ceremony, each member of the family must speak one of the laws. It is theirs to remember and to enforce. Perhaps from these laws you can discover what we are. Return to me when you are ready.
Note added. Oh, okay, what do I do now? Okay, return to me when you're ready. Okay, we need a separate save for this, guys. If I had the proper speech checks, it might not be so bad, but here, we'll just do a new save. He gave me the passcode anyway to the terminal. Let's talk to this guy again.
You wish to speak to me?
Yeah.
Ah, yes. My newest charge. What would you
I
want
always
with
max
him?
Crisp in these games. Yeah. I meant to as well. I got 9 in Charisma, and I have to go shortly for the bobblehead. But I really love the likes of lockpicking and the science as well, because I hate leaving stuff behind, because I'm not sure anymore where all of the really nice stuff is, I have a letter for him from his sister.
Then a part of his human family still remains? Even more of a reason he needs to remain in isolation. Ian is at a critical moment in his life right now.
I think we
After
can.
all that occurred in Ereford,
I think we
he's
can
scared
persuade him
and
to go back,
confused.
but we have
It
to
would
be
be
careful.
ill-advised for me to allow you to speak to him while he decides what he wants to do. Ian's hunger for flesh overwhelmed him. It drove him to kill his parents.
Oh, he killed his
Because
parents.
of my intervention that night, he stopped
see.
just short of being lost forever to his cravings for flesh.
Okay.
I am telling you, he will no longer be labeled as such. He has become one of us, a member of the family. The hunger that drives us must be kept in check. It is one of the most difficult things to teach. Ian lost control because no one was around to guide him. His own
What are
family
those?
was alien.
I don't
to him.
think so, Collector, no. I'd probably like that one. I see the speech check is brutal. I'll tell you what we can do. We can kind of save scum this, but I think getting through on 27% is going to be brutal.
No.
Ah, you little. Okay, we'll give it another shot. Yeah, I want to get done with this quest. Give it one more shot. I'll spam through it. 27%. Well, really would imagine 1 in 4 chance, but the game doesn't really work that way.
You wish to speak to me? I am telling you.
Now, I'll see if I can back out here, and then see if we can get... No.
No.
Nah. Okay, we'll see. He said not to... Oh, this is gonna go sideways, isn't it? Oh, he gave me a passcode for something. What do we do now, guys? See, this is why you need the speech check in this. I said this before I came in. You just roll over things and get bigger and bigger. And like a snowball running downhill. Even bigger stuff, yeah? Sounds interesting. Definitely different. So what do we do? Do we work on a charisma and leave this for a little bit? You give us a passcode anyway. The family's terminal passcode. The passcode of the family's main terminal. Let me see. How are we going to do this? Usually I win all these speech checks on this quest. But it's been 10 years ago since I played at least. Well, the main terminal is in here, we'll see. We might be able to get some information. Where it is? No. Oh, that's weird. And graduate to cars, trees, and buildings. Nice.
Hello again. I don't think we've been properly... Each of us is required to speak one of the laws...
Yeah.
Not on the... I'm afraid, Vance...
Oh, charisma. Hey, I'm just here to help. All I want to do is be someone he can talk to.
Well...
Okay.
So.
Charisma worked at least.
Seemed like a pretty nice guy. Vance will have my butt in a sling if he finds out. But...
Ooh.
Let me give you the password to his room.
Okay. There we go. There we go.
Good.
Now let's see. I remember the deal we did with this guy. Now we'll save again, guys, just in case. It's a mindless. I'd imagine so. It will get boring. I like building too much. Yeah. You see, if you like building as well, Fallout 4 is a decent game. The story is not the greatest. It's okay for a few playthroughs, obviously, but it's not a game you can keep going back to and back to. But the building would be the thing, yeah, and even that can get a bit old after a while. But I find Skyrim to be much more replayable. You know, even if, although I probably spent more time in Fallout 4, obviously, because of the building. But, you know, even though it's the same quest, there's just so many of them, you know, the dungeons, you'll always find something new or find something you've forgotten about, you know, that kind of stuff. But there's only so much of it you can take, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Though it depends on what you like. But it's boring if you're playing the quests over and over, you know. Absolutely, yeah. They've never been the greatest on the story. Skyrim was okay. Oblivion, I found the story much better, especially when it came to the Brotherhood. But about halfway through, the Brotherhood kind of teetered a little bit. Someone was coming on here and they said that, how true it is I don't know, that halfway through that story, Emil took over the quest. Someone else did the first half and Emil did the second. But it would fit, yeah, if it was Emil, let's say, that, you know, made that quest line kind of teeter off a bit. But that was pretty good. Yeah. It's probably... I think Minecraft is the most you can get mods for. Skyrim is up there anyway, and probably the top 3. Can we help you? I'm interested to see what you're going to say next. I think that's a little bit appropriate for your first time chat. Customarily, it's hi or hello. Yeah. I think maybe you might be on the wrong channel. Oh my. Okay. Oh, I'll give you a little bit more rope anyway. We'll see where you're going. Oh, no problem. Yeah. No, it's just we get a ton of trolls here that really go into that pretty heavy. You know, even last week there, we got this message. What was it? Get out of the third worlders out of your country. It is really a talking point these days, and I must admit that it's going a little bit too far. But still, it really riles everyone up, and you know it's best to be avoided. No problem. I've never played Jade Empire Collector. I have it on my stream. Yeah, but the accent should give it away, really, shouldn't it? But yeah, we've had our problems here as well. How would I pronounce your name? Akelo, is it? Yeah, or Akalu. Yeah, something Akalu, I think. Now, okay. Okay, we'll give it another one here. We'll give it a shot anyway. I think we're wasting our time with our speech check on this. I wouldn't say that. We've always had, you know, despite of our history, a pretty good relationship with our neighbour. You know, there's ton of people, let's say, obviously, you know, intermarried and stuff, and you know, from both sides. The way I look at the thing with governments, let's say, sometimes governments have unpopular policies. I've seen people that would disagree with these policies, and sure, yeah, that's okay, you know. But it tends to spill over onto the population, where if a country has an unpopular policy, people tend to kind of roast or criticise the citizens of that country, which I think is absolutely wrong. A prime example would, you know, be the US. You know, some of the policies, let's say, other people not in the US, or even in the US, let's say, might not agree with. I don't believe in that. I don't think the citizens of a country, you know, are to be held accountable for something like that, you know, in that sense. But yeah, it is a mess, the immigration across Europe, you know, because, well, mostly because of the infrastructure. But for some reason it's going on and on. The people here, from what I can tell, feel like their word has not been heard. You know, you elect people to government and they're supposed to, well, not exactly do what you say. You know, that's just a mob mentality, but, you know, to work in your best interests. And, yeah, they don't seem to be doing it, you know. But it's not just that. You know, there's a decent amount of legal immigration here now in the EU. But there's countries, let's say, that, you know, they're immigrating here, and they're non-EU countries. So by law, we really don't have any obligation to do this. Now, obviously, there's the treaty that was signed, let's say, after the Second World War, for taking in, you know, asylum seekers who would be in fear of their life, let's say, running from another country. That is okay, obviously, to a certain extent. But what we've been doing in here, we've been taking in economic migrants from non-EU countries, which people can't understand that. We believe, to a certain extent, this has been kind of pushed by companies who want cheap labour, which is going to backfire, you know, pretty bad. But yeah, it's not a good situation. Now, I would like to say, obviously, the ideal situation would be if everyone from every religion and every culture could live together in peace. I can't see that ever happen, to be honest. You know, I don't think long term it works out with normal immigration in the West. But it's just a phase, I believe, Shunt, to be honest. Most people here, yeah, sure, you know, if you're in fear of your life and you're running from another country, we'll help you the best we can, you know. But bringing in masses of people who, oh, it has to. Think about it, you know. There's been other crises like this through the ages, you know. So, well, if it doesn't stop, well, you'll see civil war and stuff, and we've seen it here before, you know. Yeah, things will get back on track, but it will take a while, you know. It will definitely take a while. Like, even in the EU law, we have no obligation. Greece proved this when they stopped the whole thing. And that went through the EU courts, and they said, yeah, they're not EU citizens. You've got no obligation. And they've been proved not to be asylum seekers, you know. Well, what tends to happen here in Europe, let's say, even if you're in for a short term, you're pretty much set for life, Sean. I think the government has a little bit too much power, you know. The problem is here, well, not so much here as other countries, people are pretty divided. And that always suits government, you know. If people are divided, they obviously can't band together, let's say, you know. The problem in a situation like this, and we've seen this happen throughout history, when people feel like they, no matter what party they turn to, they're pretty much getting a raw deal, they get really fed up with this. They tend to elect people, let's say, that would have been more out in the fringe with more extreme views, which seem to be reasonable for the circumstances. And then these guys get into power and they make the situation way much worse. You know, they could turn your country into a totalitarian state pretty quick. We've seen this already happen across Europe in other countries, you know, especially during the 30s and 40s, you know. Well, money and corporations are pretty much calling the shots. It's always about money. Well, everyone. No, not yet. They will try, Jonathan. Of course they'll try. Yeah, not yet. But they will try. They tried to pull a fast one here in our constitution, which led to a vote, but we stopped it by about a 75% majority. Yeah. The way our laws are set up, let's say, for any major decisions like that would have to go to a public vote. That doesn't stop them, obviously, going on a propaganda campaign. But we didn't listen to the propaganda. They were making some pretty serious, changes to the constitution. No, exactly. Yeah. Oh my. They will eventually, if they think they can control, they will eventually try. And this is anywhere really, you know. This is pretty much anywhere. But the way to stop most of the stuff that's going on is almost impossible, because I'll tell you why. I pretty much see the AI thing as a big scam. You've got, what have they been using it so far? Help desks, Copilot, which nobody wants, and some YouTube videos. They've plowed in what, $1 trillion into it now. China comes out with a better offering that cost them a couple of $1 million and a few months to produce. Now you could say, okay, the guys that plowed $1 trillion in are stupid. No, you don't have that kind of money because you're stupid. They could have pretty much done the same, but they were using it as a kind of bait for investors. Now you've got tech companies sitting on warehouses full of RAM. I mean millions and millions and millions of waivers, you know. And they've even said it. Well, we're not using because the infrastructure is not there. So they're hoarding it up. So it's kind of like do you remember during the crisis with the Xboxes and Sony PlayStations? And the problem wasn't so much the supply and demand thing. The problem was there was people who were buying them in hundreds. They were using bots to do it. And they were storing them, and they were creating this false scarcity. And then they were coming along and driving up the price and selling them. It's pretty much the same. If you've got a tech company with, you know, an obscene amount of RAM being held in a warehouse, yeah, the poison of water, and I think in the US they have a system where, depending on the state or the county or whatever, how much power it uses, the money kind of goes up. So you've got energy companies as well, which they're scammers. They will use that as an excuse. I've heard in some states, people energy bills have risen by 80%. So basically, what you're doing is you're subsidizing this as well. You know, yeah. But the waste from that is not going to be really good. You know, it's not going to be really good. But do you remember that scandal, guys? Where the people in some state, I think in the US, they were using contaminated water, and I think a car company was working there, and it was rusting the cars when they were washing them. But they got a supply of fresh water while they gave the horrible stuff to the citizens. You remember that guy on YouTube, the guy that makes all those things? He made a documentary about it. You remember that? So basically, yeah, corporations will get clean water to wash cars and keep industry going, while you and your kids will drink contaminated water. I remember there was a big scandal. That kind of stuff. But let's say, even if they make this AI, let's say, super intelligent, you know, what are they really going to use it for other than software? It's not like we've got the technology or the infrastructure in place, let's say, to put it into some kind of android or robot, let's say, to do the other jobs, like, let's say, construction or hospitality and stuff like that, you know. So it's just basically going to be used for surveillance, you know. It will eventually be sold on to stores and, you know, law enforcement and stuff like that for facial recognition, all of that kind of stuff. So it just seems like more surveillance, really, you know, which we seem to be paying for with straight out subsidies for these things, paying their energy costs, and of course enjoying the price hikes. You know, when they hit RAM like this to this kind of degree, you know, RAM is used in a lot of stuff, and apparently they're going to hike it up another 100% in the new year, let's say, for new contracts coming in. But I heard a lot of games companies sack some CEOs because they didn't make long-term agreements early on for RAM. How true that is, I don't know either. But, you know, hardly their fault, because they were probably told not to do so. Digital ID shunt are a problem. You know, they'll probably require your fingerprints and stuff like that, which I think is an invasion of privacy. But it's not a very big step from digital IDs to digital money. Then, whatever you buy, whatever you do, will be tracked. You know? Not that you'd be doing anything wrong, but I think it is a massive... Like, if you give the government that kind of power, that's going to go really bad really quickly. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, if it was like some kind of sci-fi movie where you had to have this kind of digital ID thing, and everything you buy and everything you sell will go into that. They can tax you everything right to the penny, and they'll know everything you're doing. There's zero privacy, and obviously it will cut back some criminal activities, but it's too high a price to pay. That just opens the floodgates for a lot more things. You're talking George Orwell here, on steroids. And thanks for following, Shunt. I appreciate it, and welcome. Yeah, but I can eventually see going that way as well. But it still has a bit to go. Governments fall and other people come in, and laws are kind of put back and whatever the case may be. So, but the only way to stop the AI is not to use it, and that's not going to happen. Yeah, on steroids. Yeah, on steroids. But it will happen in small measures. Obviously, nothing ever happens immediately. It's pretty much like a frog in boiling water. If you put a frog into cold water, he'll stay there. And if you gently raise the heat, he'll literally sit there till he'll cook. In small degrees. And it's kind of like that. They've got more money than they can ever spend. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, there's always been propaganda in media, Shunt. The problem is, let's say, when you're intaking media, you gotta kind of take it with a grain of salt. You've gotta use, logic and what you know of the world, obviously. But there's always an angle. There's no such thing as a reliable media source. Some will tell straight out lies. Some will kind of lie by omission, and some will just leave out some important facts, which is basically lying by omission. But remember, all of these companies are owned by people that have certain interests. Now, I'm sure there's still some reporters out there that are, pretty honest, but not enough, Well, a false flag event is let's say, to do an attack yourself and blame it on someone else. Let's say like the events of 1939 in Poland. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, proving these things can be pretty hard to do. Right, let's see. Now, we'll just talk to this guy regardless. But if we can convince him here, we'll give it a shot.
What do you want?
But I don't think we got the speech for this. Our war is already... It's always been one, Shunt. It's how you navigate through it, But for most common people, it really makes no difference. It's always been a stage, The secret is not to get sucked down a rabbit hole, where you'll get two extremes. You'll get people that think everything is okay, which it's not, and then you'll get people on the other side that go down the kind of conspiracy theory kind of route, something with no evidence. It's usually and always something in between, The problem with the kind of extreme kind of view on this, let's say, it's basically set up to take advantage of vulnerable people who are in a bad place, at some stage, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Oh my. Well, again, it's subjective and a matter of opinion, isn't it? It depends on what you've seen and what you've been through yourself. Let's say if you were born with no tons of money and that kind of stuff. You will have seen things, let's say, that people who were born into, let's say, more affluent families wouldn't have seen. The law can look at you obviously in a different way as well. So your perspective on this would be much different. There's someone's perspective and then there's reality, But as I said, it's usually somewhere in between, Sean. I've been looking
I guess
for
I
you.
shouldn't be surprised. I'm sure Evan King is pretty pissed right about now. I bet he has the entire town out looking for me. He's worse than my parents.
Well, we usually don't talk about this, kind of stuff, but touching around the subject is kind of okay. Yeah. But remember how social media works. Social media can be a bit of an echo chamber, Shunt. If you believe a certain thing, it will keep showing you that kind of stuff, reinforcing your belief. So, usually, unless you actually see stuff with your eyes, you can't obviously 100% back something. But you can see effects and stuff. You can obviously, talk about that and the situation we're in now. But as I said, there's a kind of spectrum on this where you get people who are kind of reasonable, kind of logical, and have critical thinking. We had a guy on here before which every second word out of his mouth was a conspiracy theory. Stuff like Germany didn't surrender during the Second World War. Well, no. They surrendered actually twice, to the Russians and to the US. But before I started the conversation with him, I did tell him this would wind up at the CIA with MK Ultra, of course. But he kept spamming me these links. He was trying to prove one conspiracy theory with another, with zero shred of proof. I'm not saying they were right or they were wrong. It's just there was no proof. Some of them were pretty outlandish. And then eventually he must have forgotten they did send me a link to the CIA. So I said, okay, we're kind of back at the CIA. So he just kind of faded away then. Now, that guy obviously was pretty much hurting, obviously. And these are the kind of people I'm saying that are kind of hit most by this. Personally, I think it's our need really to be part of something. It's always been our way to be on one side, left or right, or whatever the case may be, to be part of something. Me, myself, I really don't want to be part of anything. I'm pretty much okay as I am. I think I know right from wrong. Well, yeah, I don't think they went far enough. I will give you that. But I did see the film reels and stuff of the actual people there. Now, when you say that, they might have kind of doing something similar again if it wasn't televised. Yeah. But I don't think anyone can say, let's say, that it didn't happen. The amount of people that would have to be in on that would be astounding, really. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few people paid the ultimate price, but most people got away. And lots of countries harboured them, Absolutely. Well, lots of countries did more than harbour them, and they actually gave them citizenship and gave them a job and a new identity. Because of their knowledge, let's say, torture techniques that they used at the camps, medical experiments, rocket science. I could go on forever. Even security and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Thousands. Yeah. I know of Operation Paperclip, yeah. But this is what I'm saying. Um, I don't blame the US for that. There was a government that needed some body, let's say, communism. Communism was a big threat then. They probably utilized what they could. They thought that maybe, this is done and dusted and we finished it. So we have a big fight coming up against communism. This is, again, as what I said, is a kind of a policy thing from a government. So this would have nothing got to do with the people. Was it right or wrong? Let's say to what was the most urgent. Well, it's a matter of opinion. Was it morally right? Probably not. They might have looked at it as the lesser of two evils. Yes. Well, the only ideology they shared was they didn't like communists. Yeah. That was the only thing, That was the only thing that they shared. Pretty much, I suppose, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing, But that was, people had a different outlook on stuff. It was a different time. But I think in that situation, Shunt, I think, let's say, if it wasn't the US, if it was the UK, let's say, was in the same position as the US or my country or their country, they would probably have doing the same. You know what I mean? They would probably have doing the same. But we're not privy, let's say, to all the information. They could have seen, let's say, a lot more threat and choose the lesser of two evils. I wouldn't like to make the decision, to be honest.
You think I don't know that? You think I don't know what I did?
You seem awful. What did you do?
I killed them. My own parents. It was the fucking hunger. That thing that's haunted me my entire life. You must think I'm some sort of monster.
Looking, I know I lost too. I know that, but staying here isn't the answer.
There's something inside
This is a
me,
massive
something completely
speech
messed
track.
up. I'm a mutant, a fucking freak. The only person I was ever able to talk to was my sister Lucy, and she's gone. No one gives a shit about me except Vance and the family. Can't you understand that?
The speech is ridiculous, guys.
No.
No. We've got to come back here later when we've got a bit better speech. Yeah, this is a waste of time. We just don't have the speech, guys. Now, okay, will we head straight to the vault, guys, and get that charisma bobblehead? Pretty much, yeah, money talks, really. You see stuff, let's say, kind of I will agree there's a two-tier system when it comes to law. But that's just the corruption of the law by people. It's like, how could I put this? The law is pretty straightforward. It can be twisted and stuff like that, but it's really down to the individual in the end, or a group of individuals. Well, yeah, this is kind of common knowledge. If you control the flow of money, yeah, pretty much.
From the mouth of your president, John
Howdy,
Henry,
handsome.
straight to your heart. Do not buy
Well, yes, children are the next generation. So, if you undereducate them for profit, that's a problem. It's not a problem for you making the money today, but it is a problem for everyone else in the future. Yeah. Pretty sensible take on that. I think we gotta go out the other way, guys. But it's a lot more complicated, I think, than that, obviously. Oh, what's this? Yeah, I don't think we've been here, guys. Oh, we have. Straight. Oh, yeah, this is where we came in, wasn't it? No. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it is. This is how we come in. Yeah, we need to get out of here. We'll come back when we have a better speech.
What's up?
Oh, we can't do it now. Hmm. Well, you'll probably never know. It wouldn't be one person in particular. I think people tend to overcomplicate it, like some criminal mastermind or something. But it's pretty much like everyone that has the power doing a kind of a feeding frenzy kind of thing. Much like, let's say, you know, when people seen the opportunity when, consoles were kind of scarce. And they started stockpiling them and, you know, selling them on for twice or 300% profit and that kind of thing. This is human nature. You're not going to get rid of this anytime too soon, you know. But it will change almost anyone, Shunt. Even if you believe, let's say, in certain things, and I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that. Well, on every 100 people who said I wouldn't do that, 99 of them actually would if they got the opportunity. You know, so I don't think it's something we're going to change, you know, anytime too soon. You see, now we're going down conspiracy theory, and I do really despise conspiracy theories because it is. How could I put this? It's very, it can be very unhinged. You know what I mean? We can comment, let's say, on stuff that's kind of provable, and of course, we have our own opinions on stuff. But quoting someone else's story or someone else's article as fact, I think it's folly. You know, on any theory, let's say, if the premise is flawed, there's no way of knowing anything 100%. But what I would agree is that let's say, of course, you'll get certain individuals who have a massive chunk and are very, very influential in the way that things are going now, let's say. In my opinion, let's say, mostly corporations and stuff. But it's I don't think it's as complicated as a kind of a master plan in itself. It's like a kind of a mindless kind of feeding frenzy of greed, which can do just if not more damage, you know. The state it is now, no, because everyone would have to be on the same page to change this shunt. You know, we are pretty powerless in a sense. You would need too many people together, and there's one thing that will never happen because they've got us fighting about AA, they've got us fighting about conspiracy theories, they've got us fighting about politics, they've got us fighting about gender, they've got us fighting about sexuality, they've got us fighting about all of that stuff. So now we're in little small subsections. So, you know, not powerful enough really to do anything. And we need them too much. Well, we are kind of powerless in a sense. The only power we have is who we elect to office. But that doesn't seem to be working for us all that good. You know? So, probably the system will have to be changed a little bit. There'll have to be way more transparency. There'll have to do something about the terms. And if a politician promises something and doesn't do it, let's say, you know, then on his next election you make sure he never runs again. But it's a minefield. It absolutely is. we get out of here, guys? Well, yeah, we can go up to top way. It doesn't really matter. We just need out of here. I knew my speech wasn't good enough for this. I don't even know what the term black-pilled means. Yeah. In a sense, yeah. To be honest, you know, even the guys that have some pull don't even really know where this is going. I think, let's say, some conspiracy theorists credit them with too much planning. All they can see is the next 3 months, the next quarter, and that. They'll do whatever it takes, you know, to be as profitable as possible. And even if, let's say, the outcome is pretty bad for the company, let's say the company shuts down in a year, well, you've got these CEOs and guys, you know, that would be there in high-paid jobs and bonuses and stuff. And what corporations do with things, let's say, where they will latch onto it and squeeze it dry, I believe the CEOs have no problem doing that even on their own company. You know, it's just sheer greed, you know. Things are, they're really not looking good. Well, that's usually the way it goes. Yeah. You've got to push people, let's say, so far that they just stop. But remember, these guys control everything, you know. So, it would have to be probably done in stages, you know. Okay, so we need more charisma, guys. What do we like on charisma, anyway? Oh my good God, speech is pretty bad, isn't it? Does anyone know where the speech bobblehead is? They really want to believe that. I don't think they do control everything. As a whole, they do, but individually, no. Yeah. On console is so good. Hi, Anu. Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, but I think the 5 would be way too big. Yeah, for console, I think, and I don't think that it really ported as well. But I've been around a long time, Shunt. I've seen conspiracy theories going all the way back to the 70s. And I've heard people, you know, talk as you do, which is obviously your right to do. But it hasn't changed in 50 years. We can make small adjustments, obviously, you know, here and there. But usually if you take one company down at a time, it's pretty much like rats in a sewer, you know? They'll learn from another person's mistake, and you see it happening now a little bit, let's say, in gaming. It's a small victory, you know? No, nobody knows, and I'd be the first to admit I don't know. But from my experience and from what I see, and I hope with a little bit of critical thinking and logic, I obviously have an opinion, you know, and I've observed it over a long period of time. Sure, let's hear it, Shunt. Hopefully we won't be forming a militia. You're probably going to show me, you know, a ton of websites and second-hand knowledge and unsubstantiated stuff. I don't think there's much you could show me I haven't seen already. But remember, when you read something, you know, The only way something can be proved 100% is if you're literally standing there and watching it happen. You know? Acceptable losses in this time plan as it do. Yeah, that is absolutely a good point. Well, yeah, we can still criticize them, although there are well, they're kind of cutting back on that a lot. But I believe, let's say, the core problem is our nature, really. Our nature, let's say, for greed, and our nature, let's say, to be subject to propaganda. You know, if you look at it logically, we can do something about it if we are together. But we're not together, and we will never be together. Because, as I said, we're too busy doing other things. One of the traits we have is, let's say, if we've got money or power or influence or whatever, it makes us feel special. It makes us feel like, what's the term they use now? Yeah, player number one, isn't it? Yeah. So, a lot of people do, a lot of things, let's say, to get there. There's even a lot of people out there, let's say, cannot have a good day unless they make somebody else's day really bad. That kind of stuff. This is, pretty much how most people, well, not most people, but a sizable amount of people work, But these guys, let's say, most of them would have been born into power and money. And there would be, it's a kind of a Marie Antoinette kind of a situation, where they're in a kind of little bubble. Yeah. In a sense, yeah, I suppose. I'm assuming so, yeah. I've seen a lot. Yeah, but then again, like, I'm definitely not saying am I right or wrong, but if you meet a person that said they know something 100%, that person is delusional. Unless you were saying something like, I was walking to the store and I seen this. But if you're saying you know something 100% from second-hand knowledge, that's not critical thinking. There's one thing that the media has told us, and we've been learning over and over again, we're not seeing the full picture. Of course, we can have an educated guess here, and obviously people's opinions will differ, visually, and that's horrible. Speaking of that, there's been an instance here, guys. An old lady, well, not an old lady, she's my age. She was in her late 50s. Yeah, she was seriously injured in a dog attack. Yeah, I was reading that actually on the local news today. And we were just talking about it a few days ago. But yeah, it was one of those restricted breeds. The ones I said that really we shouldn't be breeding. They're too dangerous. Okay, we need to get out of here, guys. We'll go back and we drop this. But I think we'll all go for that charisma bobblehead. Well, they said restricted breed, so it must have been something like a pit bull. Yeah. But you should be able to get it on Google. But if you type in lady in her 50s, seriously injured, dog attack, it was in Carlow, Carlow, here in Ireland. Yeah. You should be able to get it on Google. Really. I've seen dogs, let's say, that were treated exceptionally well right from birth, snap the face off children, doing a lot of damage. Remember what a dog is, Shunt. You cannot 100% trust a dog. Yeah, you cannot trust a dog. Sure, if an owner treats him badly, it massively raises the odds. But I've seen stories where, let's say, small terriers, couple would have them and blah blah blah, everything is okay. Then they eventually have a kid, the dog would get jealous and would snap, and it depends on the personality. Dogs can be pretty messed up, just like humans. But, leaving a kid with a dog, let's say with a bad temperament, not the best. Well, it's in their DNA, let's say, Yeah, they need to be. They are a danger, unfortunately. Or there should be at least some way more restrictions. There should be more punishment for animal cruelty, and I would put that in that category. No, no. Cats are loners. You see, you got to understand what a dog is. A dog is a pack animal, so they have an instinct, let's say, to protect the pack. And because you're part of a pack, you've got to be aggressive, where you're fighting to be the alpha. So you've got this inherent kind of aggression thing, much like we have. So yeah, a cat is a loner, a predator, much different. But a cat is very small and cannot do a lot of damage. But, lions and tigers are also cats, and they will pretty much mess you up because they're bigger. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been scratched before. I was rescuing one. She fell off a wall into a water barrel and couldn't climb out. And I obviously grabbed her so she wouldn't drown. And as I was pulling her out, I still have the scar today on my wrist. But that was just, the cat was just being frantic. We are, yeah. Yes, we can. Yes. Well, some of us are absolute psychopaths. Let's say we would do it for fun. But let's say on a whole, the vast majority of us would be, pretty sane. Oh, cats are okay. It depends. If you've met some cats, let's say in the wild, they're just, it's fear really, Well, cats are lovely creatures also, all pets really. They can give you a nasty scratch and it can get infected, yeah. Or if you're silly enough to let them around your face, you could lose an eye. Well, they're hunters, guys, yeah. Yeah, they're hunters. And they will kill birds. And they will kill mice, yeah. That's something that they cannot stop, much like some of the traits we have we can't stop. Yeah, but when was the last time, guys, we heard anyone getting attacked by a bunch of cats? As I said, cats are loners, they're predators. They don't travel in packs, not like dogs. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, cats, well, it's really the same thing as dogs in a sense. But, you'll get cats, let's say, that do travel in packs, and we're talking about lions, tigers. Well, a panther is a loner. A lynx as well, and those guys can mess you up. Depends. Yeah, they've got really great balance. I remember I seen a cat. Oh, this was about... it must have been almost 50 years ago. But that's when we used to have, real winters. But the pond was iced over. There was a small bridge. But the cat was kind of balancing on the handrail, and there was a lady walking from the other direction. She had a dog on a leash, so it spooked the cat. The cat jumped from the bridge onto the ice and kind of had its legs spread out with perfect balance. Didn't crack the ice and just scampered across the ice and gone. I went down and checked the ice later. It was razor thin. It shouldn't have been able to support any more maybe than maybe a pound weight. But the cat managed to land on that and spread its weight evenly. Yeah, they're magnificent creatures. They've got reflex speed, balance, unbelievable. Absolutely. Now, okay, let's get back and we dump this off. So, yeah, I kind of said that really, didn't I? We really want a good speech to finish that one. So we'll go and we'll get the bobblehead for crazy, but we'll need to start pushing stuff into speech pretty shortly. So, we'll drop off our junk and we will, we'll head to Rivet City. We'll pick up the oh, hang on. Yeah, Tree Dog, isn't it? Yeah, we can pick it up from Tree Dog, we can pick it up from Rivet City, and I think we can do it by reading the tapes that I have. But I'd rather do it in a quest. Now, let's see. Now, if we go for Tree Dog, we've got a pretty nasty, super mutant coming up. So, let me check and see if I've got any nuke bombs. Yeah, we'll get a few of them. We've only got 3. Have I got any here? This guy, my big gun skill is brutal, so I'll need a few of these. We've only got 3 guys. I wonder is that enough? Oh, this is gonna really be nasty. This is where we meet Sarah, isn't it? Okay, let's just start putting away some of this junk. It is not like early. It is, yeah. It's after 4 AM for me. Shunt. No, I just collect them. I suppose there is things you could use it for if you were setting up a trap. You know, maybe. But just sellable stuff, really. Where did we get the Deathclaw end from, guys? Oh, I'm taking it from the locker. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. I was actually taking it from the locker. We'll come back and we'll sell those later. Right, 8. All the stuff that we don't need. Oh, tumblers today. We'll take that one in a second. Here, we'll store that. There. Okay. Now. Perfect. Okay, we'll do the Tree Dog quest, guys. Let's make sure. Now we'll be able to pick up this, but we've got 3 nukes already. And I'll tell you, we'll need them all. I think that's the best we can do, guys. Okay, we'll take out tumblers today as well. I'm still in Tuesday. Yeah, so you're what? You're probably East Coast, isn't it? 5 hours behind. Yeah. Yeah. Correct, collector. Well, yeah, when's the... I've almost forgotten about that. I don't know, this is the 30th, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's tomorrow for me. Oh, in Canada. Yeah, the same time zone. Yeah. Same time zone. Let me see. What did we get? What was the one we got? Oh yeah, tumblers today. Let's see. So when are we in lockpicking? 71. That should get me to 72. Yeah, it's working all right. Now, let's save this, guys.
Sir?
Like, we go back and we do that when we got a little bit better speech. Ontario, nice. And Wisconsin. Cheese dead, yeah. Cranberries and beer, nice. Good combination. Now, I'll just pause this for one tiny moment, guys. I just want to check on my doggos. Won't be a second. Yeah, they're okay. They're just sleeping. Oh no, this guy's woken up now. You okay, Rex? Yeah, you're a good doggo. In drinking, yeah? Nice. But everyone knows, yeah, the maple syrup thing.
Welcome home, sir.
Okay. We'll talk to Dr. Lee, isn't it? And... No, Tree Dog, isn't it? Yeah, okay, we're gonna go for that one. Where's the Tree Dog quest? Oh, that's weird. Oh, there's that one as well. I suppose we can do that one later. Oh, there it is. That's the one. This is basically the main story. Oh, it's actually a controller. Here, let me fix this. There, how's that, guys? Yeah, it's just an expensive controller from $1 trillion company that make absolute junk. Dollar store junk. Yeah. Yeah. There's a serious problem with the so-called Elite 2. It's pretty much like buying a lady's handbag where you're just paying for a name. And it's cheap rubbish that's getting made in China. But every so often it gets a little bit ropey, and let's say, Microsoft could do something sensible, like let's say, giving us a USB port to plug directly to our console instead of going through a cheap controller, and that literally falls apart in just a couple of months. But this is my very, 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 very last controller I'm buying from Microsoft. Yeah, that's it. Done. I've gone through 4 of them in 12 months. within a month they'll peel like an orange. The heat from your hands will remove the coating it has, because it hasn't even been glued. It's been heat pressed with a cheap kind of rubber substance. Yeah, the Wolverine. I'm pretty interested in the Wolverine. They've got a good reputation. But I'll try anything except Microsoft now. I don't even care if I give more money for it, you know. Because, well, it's not that Microsoft can't make a good product. They probably can. It's just that they choose not to, because if you make a controller that lasts 2, 3, 4 years, well, wouldn't it be better to make one that lasts 2 or 3 months, and then you'll buy 5, 10 controllers in that amount of time, you know? So it's planned obsolescence on steroids, kind of thing. I see my sons have PlayStations and they're always complaining about drift on the stick. What they need to do is they need to put that magnetic thing into play. But I've seen a guy on YouTube open up the Xbox controller and the Sony one, and they're pretty much junk, both of them. They use a small plastic piece, let's say, for the connection, you know, and he said that it's an unusually poor quality, like it was designed to wear down pretty quickly to give drift, so you just chuck it in the bin really and buy a new one. That's what it is. Much like the updates that we're doing on the phones, let's say, you know. No, we can't have you buying a product, you know, giving us maybe 1,000% profit, and what, you expect to use it as well for more than a couple of weeks or months? No. We need you to keep consuming that as quickly as possible. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've never had... Well, the best of the controllers I found was the Xbox 360. Those guys were a tank. The Xbox One wasn't bad, but you get about 8 months, you know, from them before they give any kind of hassle. Although I did have an Xbox One controller that wore out playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Yeah, it literally broke. Brand new, playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. The most fragile of the buttons on these would be the bar buttons, you know, left and right bar. But if you're using a game where the main attack is using any of those bars, and you're playing it for any length of time, you can basically, you know, add in a new controller to the cost of your game. Oh, hi Crazy Fish, and how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah, it needs to be kind of standard. I think the new Steam controllers will have that as standard. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for you to keep up that now with the RAM prices, isn't it? Yeah. My sons all have PCs. I never bothered. I'm too old for PCs. You know, it was never a part in my working life. I would always get accountants and stuff to do any of my paperwork and stuff like that. And now I'm pretty old and, yeah, I was thinking about it, but now that the RAM prices have gone sky high, and it's not even the price, it's enabling these extortionate corporations, you know, principle, I suppose. Yeah, it's the demand for AI. It is. But all of the other companies were waiting for that, and now they'll jump on the bandwagon. You know, pretty much like, you know, the rat that tastes that new piece of food to see if it's dangerous, and if he lives, they'll all eat it, and if he dies, they'll eat him. That sounds like corporate guys, doesn't it? I seen a rat chew his own leg off to get out of a trap. He should have been a CEO. Microsoft and Nintendo all... Yeah, because they want you to be buying as many controllers as possible. Yeah, They could carry on the cost and charge us $5, but they'd lose a lot of money. If their controllers keep breaking down, we'll buy 5 controllers compared to 1. Yeah. Now here, obviously in every country there's a 12-month guarantee. Well, here it is actually a 2-year guarantee. If companies here want to sell in Europe, in the EU, there's a 2-year guarantee on these products. But this is how they discourage you from using it. You see, there's always ways around things. Number one, you've got to send it to them. So it costs a fortune to send that. And then Microsoft could say, well, it's broken, but it's not our fault. And send it back. And then it will cost you a fortune to appeal that and send it back again. And then you could be waiting 4, 6, 8 weeks, and nobody's going to do that long. So it's too much hassle. Most people want to break down, even within 12 months, they just put it in the bin and either buy another one or move to a different product. Microsoft for the longest time have been very guarded, let's say, with third parties, using stuff on their hardware. So any company now, let's say, where the controllers would work would obviously be paying Microsoft a license fee, which raises the price of the product again. You're still paying Microsoft. Yeah. Most times, yeah. But there is little ways around. Yeah. But wasn't it the EU laws that standardized the charging system for the iPhones? And the EU is bringing out another thing as well, let's say, where they're clamping down on microtransactions, where you're buying stuff with in-game money, even though it's really costing you money. There was a law against that. And what they did was, now, well, for the longest time, with real money you buy fake money, and then with fake money you buy some other stuff. Well, now, what I want to do is, if you're buying something, the real price is right up there. No bits, no coins, none of that stuff. Yeah. None of that stuff. But I've always thought myself that loot boxes should not be allowed in a game. Because it's gambling. For the simple reason why. If you're buying it with in-game money, you're still paying real money to buy. It's just a technicality. You're spending real money to buy in-game money. With that in-game money, you're buying a box that has a small percentage of getting what you want. That's gambling, whatever way you look at it. And games are for kids. Yeah. Yeah. They need to be regulated a lot more. But I think anyone that uses loot boxes should pay a gambling license. That would stop them. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it does. And it forms the habit in kids as well. So they're going to be gambling addicts as well. But I've seen some interesting documentaries. These companies would hire psychologists, psychiatrists, to get the best system to brainwash you to buy this stuff. But all nice and legal. Yeah. And a lot of money as well. I am as well. They're ruining games. They absolutely are. And it's giving them the incentive to leave basic things out of a game so they can sell it back to you later. Absolutely. But it's just a small part of the problem, really, across the whole thing, isn't it? But yeah, I think they're pushing that through, but they're dragging their heels a lot, to be honest. But I remember watching, what was it, Bellular News. The guy does a YouTube channel, he's pretty good. Now, he never does speculation. I hate YouTube channels that do speculation. This guy would read straight from court transcripts and stuff like that, so everything he says is spot on. But what started off most of the laws that's coming in now is one game in particular. I think it was made in Belgium, and it was called Star Stable. But basically, this was just microtransactions, and it was aimed for kids. You know, a little stable with your horses and things like that. You know, like a kind of Barbie kind of thing. You know, but it was shameful. It was absolutely shameful. But there was so many complaints about that it went to a vote in the EU, and now they're starting to get these laws into place. Yeah, they'll just come up with another one, but what can you do? You know, you still got to knock them down. You know, yeah, absolutely, still got to knock them down. Now, let's see. That's it there. Now, there it is, guys. The GNR building. So what we'll do is we'll probably go here. No, Georgetown West is pretty dangerous. We'll drop here at Farragut and we'll make our way straight up. And obviously if we see anything, yeah, we'll take it out. Yeah, it will. Now, when they said they were doing this with loot boxes, Anu, the response from the game companies said, "Oh well, that's a shame. A lot of people will miss out in Europe when we can't sell our games here." What a bluff! What an absolute bluff! 40% of their sales would be here in Europe. What company can afford to lose 40% revenue? It's not happening. But they've used this absolute bluff. You know, oh, it's such a shame. You're missing all the good stuff. Like gambling and stuff. Didn't they stop the casino thing in GTA? But I think that was only a couple of countries that did that. Yeah. Absolute BS. Yeah. Apparently they don't have their hands on the politicians in the EU as much as other countries. So far. So far. Total bluff. And I'm not saying the EU is perfect, far from it. But it's better than nothing, you know. Personally, if the law was left to me, right? This is what I would allow in games. You buy your game, you buy your 2 or 3 DLCs, you are done. Anything that sells anything in that game would have to go into a different category. Yeah. I would put that all down to 18 plus. Yeah, and gambling. And I'd force them to use ID. I would stop microtransactions left, right and centre. Now then they'd say, oh well, you know, this is how we're making our money. You know. So if we did this, we'd lose money, we couldn't make the games. Can you tell me then why every single quarter they're making record obscene profit? Like Elder Scrolls, for instance, the online thing. Didn't that clear 2.25 billion from microtransactions? That's that's a lot of moolah, you know. The system that No Man's Sky is using, albeit they're not making the massive amounts of money that these so-called AAA companies are doing, they're releasing free content all the time. I know it had a rocky start, and they're still making a profit, a pittance compared to what these other companies are doing. I think they cleared something like 40-50 mil or something in a year, just because of new game sales. You know, well, they will eventually start charging a little bit, which I think they're probably entitled to do. You know, they've, instead of fleecing their customers and using them, let's say, as props, they're trying to build up a kind of trust. which is nice. I started a new oil painting today. Nice. As you've wanted to do for a long time. Cool. A Deathclaw matriarch at a cave mouth guarding new hatchlings. Absolutely, do. I'm looking forward to that. Nice. Yeah, basically. If they made good games, people would buy it. Expedition 33 would be an example, for instance. You know, that's pretty popular, apparently. That's retailing about, what, 40-ish bucks or something? So, people like that. Then you get disaster games that are not selling, and they're looking for 80, and they're really pushing for 100 on this one, guys. That will be the breaking point. Rumor is that they don't want to do it first. The GTA might do it, even though they said they wouldn't. But I think GTA would probably be the only game that could justify such an increase because of the massive amount of content they would put into it. But it's still a gambling platform, whatever way you look at it, and it's massively toxic, let's say, with microtransactions. But if GTA put $100 or €100 price tag, yeah, they will try to do the same. Microsoft have already tried to do something similar. They put the price of the... what was that game? Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, they pushed that up to 80, and I heard their pre-orders abysmal. It was so bad that they backtracked and pushed it back to 70. And as far as they're concerned, that at least every year, you know, games should be going up. I think, and I don't know how true this is, guys, but this is laughable if it is. But there was a statement from a CEO or someone high up in Sony. And he said, well, I remember, he said, back in the good old days, he said, of PlayStation 2. He said, you look out into the car park and you'll see Porsches and Lamborghinis and, you know, all these expensive cars. Now, he said, you look out, he said, you'll only see maybe one or two. So his justification was games should be a lot more expensive because of the scarcity of high-performance cars with people who work for these companies. Now, if that's not out of touch with reality, I don't know what is. You know, he's saying that, well, you know, I can only afford maybe one jet or maybe one high-performance, you know. And he's saying this to people that are buying his games that are finding it hard to pay their energy bills or their food or their education for their kids, that have to work every day and do tons of hours. And he's crying about how many Porsches he doesn't have. So, these are the people we have making games. This is what you're facing, guys. This is literally a Marie Antoinette situation. That's what you're dealing with. Yeah. But I've seen it happen in food stores here as well. It's unbelievable. Yeah, we'll leave them guys go. I don't really want to deal with them. I tell you what, we'll take their junk anyway. It's some easy weapons. We'll need a cache anyway later. The Brotherhood are useless here.
Thought you could hide.
Okay, we'll get some junk. Oh, what's that? One guy's coming straight across. Yeah, it's some cash anyway. Yeah, I've already raided this, to be honest. But money's money, and he has a nice... Yeah, Yeah, you're like, if you get the Bloody Mouse perk, it goes a little bit better. Unbelievable, hasn't it, Anno? Yeah. Yeah, but not only that, it's gone ridiculously expensive. The portions are a lot smaller, and the ingredients are rubbish. So it's like a triple whammy. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I found that as well. There's some iconic brands here that have really gone to the dogs. I noticed it first after the pandemic. Some meat products, and when I was cooking them, they smelt like roadkill. It was obviously processed meat, so I don't know what they added to it. So I thought maybe they stored it wrong. As a kid, I worked in that industry, so I'd know a bit about it. But I tried it 3 weeks in a row, and it was still the same. So then I tried another store with the same brand, it was the same, and I tried another store. So I said, that's it, I'm not buying it anymore. Then about 12 months later, I seen the same product, and they had it repackaged. Different package, different colors and stuff. And I tried it again, and it was a tiny bit better, but it was still repulsive. So I stopped buying it. It's a pity. It's called Denny's. It's been a company that's been around here for over a century, But it's it's pretty horrible now. I really, really, really think they hurt their brand name. But do they care? Nah, they don't. This is what I'm saying, guys, about corporations and companies. They just see the money that's ahead of them. The consequences after, doesn't make a difference. How much money can I get now? They don't mind about hurting their reputation, or, if it's over the space of a couple of years costing way much more. It's now. I want the money now. No. You see corporations now running themselves to the dust because of this. To be honest, I can't see the logic. It doesn't fit into the greed category. It fits into really, really stupid behavior. But I think some of these corporations have gotten so big now that they really have lost control. But you remember the time Microsoft put out that statement do you remember the time we used to be getting Xbox Live? And they said they were doubling the price. And then there was a massive backlash. And then Xbox, somebody officially said, blah, 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 that guy wasn't authorized to make that a statement. That's not true. Now, there's two ways you can look at that. Either they've lost so much control of their company that any random guy in their company can make massive statements like that, or, even worse again, it was authorized and it wanted to see how the community took it. A kind of a little test. And obviously, that didn't work, so they backtracked and they were just testing the waters. Either way, it didn't look good for Microsoft. They're either shady and scummy, or incompetent and stupid, or maybe both, Pretty much, yeah, that's how it works. How many companies have you seen gone under because of sheer greed, where they wouldn't upgrade their systems because they had a kind of monopoly, and would laugh at anyone else, let's say, is doing something more progressive, let's say, Case in fact would be, you remember the old Blockbuster guys? You remember they were pretty much controlling everything. But this was the time of the old VHS tape. And, DVDs and all of that stuff were kind of new coming in. And I think it was Netflix actually, they were pretty young. But Netflix almost went bankrupt, and the Netflix guy went to Blockbuster and asked Blockbuster to buy him out. To literally sell his company to him. And they literally laughed him out of the building. And then, a few years later, Blockbuster went bankrupt, and Netflix now are running the show. They got in at the right thing at the right time. But they missed an opportunity there. Absolutely, that's not going to happen. That's like a kind of reward system, I know. Yeah, it's like a kind of reward system. You know, if you're a good soldier or whatever the case may be, or soldier's not the word. If you're a good employee and you do some nice little things for the company, you know, you can look forward to a nice cushy job. But I'm not running them down. These guys are probably pretty good at business and stuff like that, you know, but they're not very moral, you know. It is, yeah. I think some people kind of... Well, if I was to be honest, Gromulus, the vast majority of people really don't care. The vast majority of people only care if it affects them directly. You're talking about maybe 90% of the population. I'm guessing it would be like that. They don't care until they feel the effects. And by then it's probably too late, you know. I hope they get AI to replace Todd. Guys, it can't be any worse. There's still one blockbuster. Oh my god. Oh, I heard that, yeah. Yeah, they would call them malfunctions and stuff. I've heard some stories from pretty credible AI developers, guys that would have been really early on Gromulus in it. But then it's just them saying this. But what they said was pretty scary, if they're telling the truth. Pretty scary. You know, and these guys wouldn't be just random AI guys, you know. Yeah. Unless it affects them, yeah. They don't see the problem, I know. You know, they don't see the problem that if they let that pass, even if it doesn't affect you, you should take a stand. And you should take a stand of where you spend your money. Most especially, that's the best way you can contribute, you know, to deny these corporations, you know, your wallet, really. You know. Yeah, I don't even think it's that. It's just like, you know, most people really don't care. What I find now, and especially with the younger generation, they don't like to learn anything new. You know, let's say, you know, I've got, you know, grandnephews and things like that, and they'd ask me a question, and I would explain to them, and then they kind of get bored, you know, when you explain how a system works or what it does. You know, so they're not really into learning stuff new. They're tied up in other pursuits, and it's usually some kind of social media thing or whatever. But like, there's just kids, you wouldn't really mind that, you know. But I've seen older people do the same, to be honest. It's pretty much a bubble thing, you know. Well, Microsoft have plowed 80 billion into it, and they've been pushing that Copilot all over the place. So-called, yeah, are absolutely incompetent when it comes to computers. I've been trying to coach them. They don't care. Yeah, they really don't care. It's a slippery slope, Shunt. Yeah, unfortunately. I believe that access to social media is pretty much like free speech in a sense. But once you go down that road, eventually it will be massively controlled. It will be China on steroids, you know. No, what we need is, I don't know, some kind of better education system or something. There may be something in schools to kind of put you on the right path about social media and, you know, where it can be dodgy and shady maybe, which would be a lot more more helpful than a lot of the stuff they're using, you know. It is, pretty much, yeah. It is, pretty much. No. Yeah, that's what I find. Yeah. If I see something I don't know anything about, I'm fascinated by it, you know? But like I have, you know, I have an attention span. But apparently most young people have what, a half a minute attention span. I think they would watch endless clips on TikTok about people tripping and, you know, getting doggos to do tricks. Yeah, yeah. Mm. It's a part of it, Shunt, and yeah, it is absolutely a part of it. But again, let's look at it logically. If you're a parent and you're living in a system where you've got to work non-stop to, you know, to get a roof, to pay the bills over your head, roof over your head, to pay the bills, to get your kids through school and all of the other stuff, medical bills and whatever, you are going to be working non-stop. And probably your partner is going to be working non-stop. And maybe you might get one day off a week, even if that, and you come home and you'll give a game just to shut your kids up so you can not go insane. So I can see where that has an appeal, in a sense. But yeah, there is a bit of responsibility. But it might be an unpopular opinion, but I think the most responsibility is it's on the companies themselves. And case in point would be this. Twitch, for instance. We all know what Twitch is. It's basically what, 84% males on Twitch, ranging from 12 to maybe 60. Well, the top end obviously is pretty low. So let's say from 17, let's say, to 37 would be probably the majority, you know, but a really large portion of minors on Twitch. And well, Twitch is mostly for kids, really, whatever way you look at it, male. Yet Amazon allowed this just chatting channels to go in a way different direction, where it's not about chatting now, it's got this kind of sexual thing going for it. Well, when you're sitting in a hot tub with a bikini, eating a banana, you know, and this is on a platform that kids can, you know, can access. And then you've got these whales, these people that would donate a lot of money to these streamers, and they're saying some really degrading stuff. And, you know, the streamers are going, oh, you're so cute, you know, and they're raking in this money from these simps, yeah? And then you get young kids seeing this, and they probably think it's normal. So you get that kind of system, you know? So how can you protect against something like that, you know? So I would think that Amazon themselves would bear most of the responsibility on that one, you know? Think about the fiasco they had about a year or more ago when, let's say, they allowed people to actually go topless on these channels, which they then changed their terms again pretty quickly because of all the complaints. And they were literally going topless. Yeah, but it kind of ruined my little plan. I was going to go topless as well. That would have been nice. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. And if I don't see you before the new year, Terry, Happy New Year and take care. I'll do my best, guys, to come over for the new year, but I don't know. I get so many visitors over and I'm so tired. We'll see how it goes. There's no incentive, so anything, right? Yeah. Crocless streams. Yeah. Oh my god. But I said it before, guys. If I did do a hot tub stream, which, I don't know, probably would be legal as a male to go topless, you know, you'd see it on the beach. And let's say if I wore my Speedos on that one, I would make a fortune. Not because people would donate to me. I think Twitch would pay me to literally stop streaming. Because the second I start streaming, I could see the share price literally just drop off the side of a cliff. Yeah. Probably. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, the Speedos are the way to go. Absolutely. Yeah. And of course, maybe, push a vegetable into it as well. Yeah. In my underwear. Yeah, it never hurts. It's like that guy, that joke. He was on the beach, and there was this lifeguard, and he was very, very popular with women. So this guy asked him. He was wearing his speedos, and he said, why are you so popular with the women? So he said, have a look. And your man looked. He said, okay. How could I do that? Well, he said, for you, he said, the best thing to do, he said, would be to get a vegetable and put it in your underwear. So he said, okay. So he gets the vegetable, he puts it in his underwear, and he's walking across the beach. And the women are running away from him, screaming in all directions. So he went back to the guy and he said, hang on, he said, you told me, he said, if I pushed a vegetable down my underwear, he said it would attract women. Yes, he said, I did. But you put it in the front of your underwear. Yeah. Yeah, he actually pushed it shunt on the back of his underwear. So it looked like he kind of went to the toilet on himself, Pretty good, Mercer. And how have you been? Yeah, I've been not playing this game. I haven't played this game in about a decade. And I've forgotten about 90-95% of it, so I'm really, really enjoying this. But it's a sad state of affairs when you've got to go back to their old games, to have any kind of enjoyment from the games. But really enjoying it. And thanks for following, Mercer. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been? How has Santa been to you this year? No, I'm just here just collecting some stuff. We'll kill this guy, obviously. Where is he? Oh. Okay, I'm not killing him in the world. We'll go and get the other guy. I'm just collecting some rubbish here. I've been planning everything, obviously, into lockpick and science, so I'd say not the strongest. Hey. Oh, he's over the other side. Get you in a moment. We can go back with this junk and then fast travel in. There's some free junk here to collect. Especially that machine gun thingy. We've had way too much vegetable underwear in chat. I think you need to murder some. Absolutely. It's like a friend of mine told me a joke the other day, and I think I might have mentioned it once. But remember, it's only a joke, guys. It wouldn't be my personal belief. But this guy found this genie lamp, and he robbed the genie lamp. And the genie came out and he said, okay, I can grant you one wish and one wish only. He said, anything you desire. Right? So the guy said, I want an elevator, he said, going to the moon. So the genie looked at him and he said, ask me, he said, for something, he said, more doable, something I can do, more realistic. So the guy was thinking for a while and he said, I want to understand women. And the genie said, do you want that elevator in gold? Which is not really bad, but, Me personally, I enjoy. I would have liked to have played it, but I've always been of the mind, let's say, that, Fallout 4 It's typically a kind of single player game, and I do despise online games because of the microtransactions and that kind of stuff. And I think 76, let's say, you've got to, if you want to, obviously it's optional. There was a thing when they did that scam with the servers, and you want a fridge, creation store thing. I think it enables them too much. You're kind of contributing to something that's, I think, getting way out of control. But then again, I'm not really into multiplayer games. But for a game, let's say you want to hang out with your friends, yeah, probably a great game. Now, this is what I'm telling you guys about the ash points. You remember this one? This guy was killed a few days ago. It just stays there forever. Now, this is Fallout 3, okay? Fallout 4, exactly the same thing. New Vegas, exactly the same thing. There used to be a little area I had. It was around one of the vaults. Where you do the drug guys, the guys in the canyon. But it was my little farming area for getting weapons and whatever. But I was using laser weapons. So I killed like maybe 100 guys. So you had about 100 ash piles. They never disappeared. It got to the stage where they were piled up tree high. You couldn't even get in there because of the ash piles. And it was the same on Fallout 4 if you use the laser weapons in defense of your settlement. So never use laser weapons because of that. Yes, and that would be the, what's the word I'm looking for? That would be the hook. But I think that's all it's got going for it, really. It's, it started off very bad. Obviously, it's improved a lot, but, should we buy a game and wait 2 years for it to be playable? Now, there is a space, I think, for multiplayer games that people like to hang out with their friends. But I do think the market is kind of oversaturated. If BGS could get away with it, they would literally charge you a subscription for playing that. But like any company or corporation, the more money they get, the more people they get on their platform, the more toxic they become. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that I can kind of half understand it. You can loot it every so often. But that thing, yeah, it's been through all the games, guys. It would have been, wouldn't it? I would have probably played it then. If multiplayer was optional and didn't have any achievements attached to it, I would have absolutely got it, no matter how bad it was. Yeah, but the fact that they wanted to pull me into that ecosystem, no, I couldn't do it. And trust me, I was tempted. I really was. Being on console, there's not enough you can choose from. And I was hoping next year, when they were coming out with the new consoles where you could get the stuff from Steam on Xbox and Steam itself, I think that hope has been shattered a bit. I've been reading reports, even though they are only rumours, Mercer, that this RAM crisis will delay the next-gen consoles and maybe even Steam by maybe a couple of years. And that is really, really bad news. In the meantime, as prices keep shooting up, you'll see more and more people migrating to cloud streaming on Xbox or any other platform. And that, I think, you'd have X amount of time, and then if you go over that time, they'll, pretty much, skank you, really. Yeah. Oh, it was brutal. Yeah, the Black Flag multiplayer. God, that was bad. That was really bad. That was strangely enough, you should mention Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed, Mercer. My very first game I tried to do the multiplayer, let's say, I remember I got Black Flag with my console. So I got all my achievements, and then I like to collect achievements, so I tried the multiplayer. It was okay for a while. And they would put you in a team, and obviously you started the game, you would know how it goes. So obviously I got killed a few times. I was in a team, kind of random team. this guy texted me on Xbox with a death threat. He said because I played it so bad that they lost that, and he dropped down so many places, and I told him to grow up. I told him to grow up, and I laughed at him. But he got very toxic, and then I explained to him that he had his account a long time, and a death threat is, a lifetime ban. So then he apologized and went away. But if I had been a kid, that would have been very traumatic, for me. But as an adult, obviously, I just laughed. Then I got into this other team, and there was this guy who was kind of friend. No, hang on. Yeah, I got into another team. Oh, bad, yeah. But mostly all of the stuff they do, kind of fails. And I was playing with a team. Some guy asked me my age. I told him, and then they trolled me. So I said, okay, I'm giving out no more personal information. Then I got into another game, and this guy seemed pretty nice. And he said, I'm 18. He said, I suppose. He said, you're the same age. And I didn't lie, and I didn't tell the truth. I said, I suppose. Obviously, I wasn't going to give out any information. So he assumed I was 18. So he would text me regularly whenever he was going in to join the team. But after a few weeks, he kind of got strange. He was explaining too much to me how he was showering. And this was making me feel very uncomfortable. And I told him, I said, listen, guy, I said, I'm not homosexual. And I said, no problem if you are. I said, I have nothing against homosexuals. But I said, I'm a heterosexual. And he went fuming. And, he unfriended me from Xbox. So, basically, he was a predator. Now, obviously, there was a lot more to it, which we won't go into. And he said he was 18, but I texted with this guy. He was not 18. When you're texting with someone that's pretty young, their messages are pretty short. Like mine go on forever. And so did his. So I would say he was at least twice that age. But I reckon he was a predator. Rainbow Six and Grand... Oh yeah, that would be kids running around screaming. Yeah, the Fortnite kind of thing. 10 and 12-year-olds. But I think the biggest disgrace ever, which you won't hear anything about, which is amazing, Mercer, is Roblox. If what I've seen that's happening there is actually true, that's a serious problem that no one's talking about. Now, apparently, predators, nonsense, run freely around that game, talking to kids. I think some dreamer did a kind of catch a predator kind of thing. And, they banned him from the platform because of it. Somebody was saying that they wanted to introduce public showering in a kids' game. And they were kind of toying with the idea of making it a dating website as well. You don't hear the Karens, let's say, that are killing half the games we're playing. You don't hear them complain about that, because that's making a ton of money. You don't hear a word about that. I cannot tell you how many times it was called. Oh my God, I absolutely hate that. I absolutely hate that. That should be an instant ban anywhere. Unbelievable, isn't it? Absolutely unbelievable. How that can even be a thing. Yeah. Yeah, you remember that one. Yeah. We get guys coming on here, Mercer, all the time, coming out with that word. Instant ban and a report. I do my best to get a channel taken down. There's no place for that. There's absolutely no place for that. What difference does it matter to anyone? What religion you are, what politics you are, what your skin color is, what your color is. Makes absolutely no difference. Zero difference whatsoever, in every sense of the word. Yeah. Really? I've been shot at 6 countries over the planet. Your online shenanigans don't even move my needle. True. Yeah, well, I keep out of the multiplayer thing, so I'm not that used to it. But what I've seen on the Ubisoft servers, it was ridiculous. And I can only assume that wasn't the worst of them. Yeah. 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 It's probably in a way, Mercer, now where they just come there just to argue and let off steam, I suppose. Yeah. Sorry, are you referring to me, Shunt? No. Oh, sorry, you're speaking to someone else. I play a lot of Rust. I've heard about that, yeah. And enjoy it in silence. I've done that a few times. Just people will all have different opinions, Shunt. And I think that's good. You know, you've got to have different opinions. You know, people learn from each other, let's say, through different opinions. It would be folly to go through your whole life, let's say, you know, thinking you've got the full picture or know everything. We have a certain mindset, let's say. Let's say, you know, we just come out of being a teen, we're 18. We look at the world in a certain way and we believe certain things. You fast forward another 15 years, your view will be different as you gain more experience. You know, you're subjected to more things. And you kind of evolve. But without opinions on that, if a guy's 60, you know, had the same mindset he had when he's 18, well, he's basically a man-child, you know. Yeah. Watching wholesome content creators like Stampy Longnose and Dan TM, yeah, and guys like that. Yeah, yeah. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But yeah, kids like to, you know, do stuff like that. Right. And what we usually do here, Shunt, let's say, is we all have different opinions. Oh, we're all much different. But, you know, we just say, oh yeah, well, that's your opinion, and then we kind of move on. Else it would be a podcast like, what's the name of that thing? Well, you know what I mean. Yeah. We're just here to hang out, play games, chat. Not really into the arguing thing. Yeah, I was pretty much into Assassin's Creed. But I remember, let's say, from kind of Black Flag kind of on, let's say they made it a little bit more mainstream, Mister. You know, the syncing they had, which could be pretty hard, where you got to do things in a certain way, and that I can kind of understand them changing that, let's say, to get more players in. But I think for a lot of the people who grew up with those games, they didn't like it that much. You know, it kind of changed too much. As for the recent controversy they've been having, well, I haven't played many games from them since, so I can't really comment on that. I do know, let's say, they're a game that, well, they're a company that pride themselves on being respectful and stuff to cultures and whatever the case may be. So I can see why the Japanese were offended, maybe, you know, by something, let's say, you know, their main character, which I think really, you know, this kind of swapping thing, I don't know if they're pandering or what they're doing. But I think that was kind of a mistake, and it would have probably wouldn't have had that much backlash if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, Ubisoft keeps saying that they're pretty sensitive to this kind of thing. I mean, me, it doesn't really make a difference, but I can see it from, you know, the other side as well. And train, nice. a good gaming company is the devs that, yeah, weren't they ex-Ubisoft guys, Mercer? I think, yeah. Or was that Expedition 33? Yeah. But a lot of the devs, let's say, are kind of getting out of these companies. Yeah. There's been a lot of experienced guys, let's say, leaving. But this is we've seen this, pretty normally, let's say, over the years with the likes of Oblivion. Even CD Projekt, there's a lot of guys, that have left CD Projekt. Shadows, yeah, that would have been the one. You remember the time a few years back there, Mercer, where there was the breakaway group from CD Projekt, and they said they were going to redo the first Witcher game, and everybody was pretty excited. Now, it's nothing got to do with CD Projekt. This is a kind of breakaway team with their own company. And then this guy came out and he said, well, we'll be updating it to make it more modern. Ooh, that went down like a lead balloon. But that was a few years ago. I've never heard a peep from it since. That might have even been more than a few years. That might have even been 3 years. So maybe they got so far on that, and then because of the backlash of what they've been doing, they either cancel or have to redo it, maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, some are pretty okay. Yeah. The story was pretty decent, I say, in Black Flag, but for most players, if you wanted, get 100% of it might have been a bit hard. But there was one thing always about Assassin's Creed, especially after the first 2 games, it could be pretty repetitive, But I suppose for some people it was part of its charm, the taking out the viewpoints and all the little side stuff, But I did like Valhalla. I thought it was okay. Wasn't much of a... Yeah, it was. They always are. That's one thing about their games. Yeah, they're always repetitive. Because of that, obviously. It was almost nothing that got to do with Assassins. But I think as a good kind of Viking adventure game, it was pretty decent. I did like the monastery raids and stuff like that. Yeah. I've kind of tuned out of Obsidian, let's say, since New Vegas and that. But it's hard to know where they go. Oh, hi, Cord. Yeah, just doing a Fallout 3. I haven't played it in about a decade. Pretty good. And how have you been, Cord? I hope you've been well. Hi, Blonde. I love Valhalla. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. One of their rare successes, I think. Well, in recent years at least. Witcher 3 is getting another DLC. I thought I heard some peeps about that as well. That will be interesting. But it's been a long time ago, hasn't it? No, I didn't tune in yet. I didn't even watch the last of the last season. And I have to kind of get back to the last season. I thought it was pretty okay, yeah. It's not a masterpiece, but it's pretty watchable, Yeah, it was no Game of Thrones, but it was pretty decent. Yeah, it was pretty decent. It was a lot better than I thought it would be, to be honest. After the fiasco that was done with The Witcher. What, has he died already? You're kidding me. He's dead. Oh, the Brotherhood must have going back over. Right, let's get our junk. Yeah, where's the other... Oh, yeah. Well, that guy is not spawning back then. That's a horrible situation, isn't it? Now, let me just get up here. But I heard that's receiving some backlash, Court. Is this true? So it was pretty watchable, just like the second series. If they're going to charge, $30, it's going to have to be a big one. I'm pretty sick now of getting fleeced. You could buy a pretty good entire indie game for that. So it would definitely want to be good, and it want to be big. It would want to be a mini game. Yeah. A Deathclaw in Season 2, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. No, I've never played on PC, Mercer. Yeah. Let's say when I was working, when I was a young man, PCs weren't really even a thing for gaming, you know. And then let's say, you know, I used to play odd time on a console when I had an hour or two. I used to work some really long hours. My sons, which they're already left home and, you know, they've got their own families, you know, they play on PC. But never me, you know. Like I was around, let's say, when, you know, cell phones wasn't even a thing. You know, we'd use a pager if we were really desperate. So I never got to play them. But I think I've seen some gameplay, yeah. But the guy who was in that Tim Kaine, he's back in Obsidian, I heard. I think that's a bit of a red flag, guys. But I've heard, and I don't know how true it is. Now, obviously, in the first few weeks, obviously, got a ton of players playing The Outer Worlds 2. But I've heard, and how true it is, I don't know. There's the guy I was looking for with the machine gun, with the minigun. It's just under 500,000 sold for cash. The rest would have been all, you know, the Game Pass thing. Yeah, so... Well, I suppose it's in their library now, but... Yeah, it's going to cost them. Like, out from the fact they went up 50%, and they did promise, you know, that everything would be first day. And now they're saying, well, you know, well... Not all. We'll hold back the big titles and get you to pay for that. It's pretty much like Animal Farm, where they had that sign where all animals are equal. And then they put a little amendment to it, but some animals are more equal for others. There's one thing that I think people should take away from this. You cannot believe a word that Microsoft said, or says. They promised that. They said everything would be first day. That was not true. They promised when they were buying that other company for 80 billion that Game Pass prices wouldn't go up and people wouldn't be sacked. That was a lie. And they claimed that all their games would be exclusive to Xbox, and that was another lie. So, yeah, I wouldn't really trust what they say. And they did it anyway and barely run. Yeah, I would imagine so. And because the show was 76... Oh, on the old one. Ah, yeah, well, they would get a boost, wouldn't they, across all of it, really. Yeah, that was Black Isle that developed that, Mercer. But Black Isle was the third party, wasn't it? There was another company that owned the rights. I think Tim Kaine was part of that, and I think Black Isle did most of the work. From what I can remember. Yeah. But I forget the name of the original guys. I'm here from my machine gun. Thank you. Nice. Yeah. Well, you'll see that. I know there was a massive amount, let's say, playing the old Fallout games, you know, especially 4. I think 76 got a spike. But the way it goes with these kind of spikes, Mercer, are, I suppose the best word would be tourists, you know. They'd stay for a little while and then gone forever, kind of thing. Companies rely on the kind of core-based fans, which seem to be taking them off a lot lately, you know. But I do know that Skyrim has been out since, what, 2011? That has more consistent players, I think 2.5 times more consistent players than Starfield. You know, usually if a game is a reasonable success, when they bring out a DLC, you'll see a more of a spike. Let's say you get the old players coming back. Let's say obviously to play the DLC, and it would attract in a few new ones. I think when the DLC Shattered Space was released for Starfield, I think they only had like 40 or 50% of the players they had from release. You see, it's been so long since they did a single player game. Everyone was expecting a lot. Yeah. I'm not into to multiplayer games, you know. Yeah, across the board. But as I said, I can see the appeal, let's say, you know, if you want to play with your friends, you know. Absolutely. But I never played the game myself. It's got 28, yeah. I seen a guy on YouTube showing the stats as well. Have they come out with something new on Starfield Code? Yeah. So it's pretty much neck and neck now. Still, you know. And did you check the drop-off, let's say? Well, you can't really compare it to a game, let's say, like the likes of Elden Ring, maybe, or Baldur's Gate, you know, even though they charge the same money, or maybe even more. More, actually, for Starfield. Because of the balance, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, a role-playing game would, you'd assume that you'd have choices, and your choices affect your surroundings, which hasn't been kind of the thing really with BGS for a long time. It's still kind of an RPG, but you're set on a path you can change. You get options to say different things, but the outcome is usually the same. And if you can change something, it's pretty it's pretty tame. Let's say take Fallout 3 for instance. You know, you can blow up Megaton. That's taking out all the NPCs, all the quests. That's a massive choice. You know, or even after, that's a massive choice. You know, where it does actually have real consequences. That would be your true RPG. Again, I suppose stunt that would be subjective. Like, I've often been playing here, and let's say, oh hi Randy, thanks for the raid, I appreciate it, and welcome raiders. I was often playing a game in a certain way that really ticked people off. They found it very offensive that I would play the game a little different, let's say, than they would. You know, that kind of stuff. But it's different things for different people, you know. Some people would like, let's say, the changes they make, and some people would not. Like, I hate to go back to Starfield again, but a lot of players, let's say, were angry with Starfield because, you know, it wasn't like a BGS game, you know, where it had that kind of really good exploration and, you know, that kind of reward. They said it wasn't like a BGS game. And then other players would say, well, it was too much like a BGS game because, you know, it was boring and, you know, it had tons of bugs and it was more like doing a job. So it's a kind of subjective thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Maybe there should have been a setting on hard and stuff. Yeah, we would have making it a bit better. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, RPG means role-playing game. So how powerful you are wouldn't really be the thing that would define an RPG. An RPG would be a role-playing game. So the kind of classic example of that would be making choices in a game that affects the outcome. You know, the more it affects the outcome, the more of an RPG it is. Yeah. But, you know, how powerful you get wouldn't be much. Pretty good, Randy. Well, that's my opinion of it, at least. So, what were you playing, Randy? And how was your Christmas? I hope it was good. And you must excuse me, I'm just drinking lots of liquid here. I need to keep hydrated. Now, we're carrying a bit of weight, but now that we've got fast travel nicely, we'll just go back and we'll drop that junk off. It won't take long. Where are we anyway? Back in Megaton. Skyrim, nice. Not totally. Oh, that's good. Yeah. How's Skyrim going? Didn't they do some kind of patch, guys? Has anyone played Fallout 4 lately? Didn't they do some kind of patch, let's say, to fix that stutter they had for the last, what, almost 2 years? Did they ever get around to fixing that? Or have they just concentrated on fixing the store? Hmm. Well, that would appeal, let's say, to I would say probably most people, where you'd start off, well, even going back to Morrowind, I suppose, although Morrowind might have been a little bit more strict, where you would start off where, you know, you're getting knocked over by one skinny bandit, then you would put some work into your stats, and you would kind of slowly kind of work up, you know, to being really powerful. Skyrim, let's say, would definitely fit into that category. I have a lot of hours in Skyrim. I've my last playthrough was a very detailed one. We did about 500 hours on that one. Put a ton of restrictions to make it as hard as possible. I would only play Skyrim on Legendary, but even on Legendary, because I know too much about the game and, you know, fixing up my character and whatever, I'd be pretty much unstoppable. The only chance I would have by some kind of fluke of getting killed would probably be the Ebony Warrior. You know, if I was doing a, you know, a kind of no death playthrough. Been glitched out. I can't detain of more than 2 houses. That's strange. Which houses have you got? I haven't played it, Sean, so I can't really comment on that. But you can pretty much cheese any game, you know. And again, you know, if that's how you want to play a game, I don't see the problem. You know, if you want to make it easier for yourself. The whole thing about a game and playing it is to have fun. And if that's what floats your boat, that's cool. The only way I would have, let's say, have an objection to making a game easier, or let's say, you know, using, you know, better stuff, if you were playing it competitively or something, or you were kind of pretending that you were playing it normal, but you were getting that advantage, you know. The one in Whiterun, which one you get to build, the manor. So, let me see, how do the other ones go? Yeah, you should ask, you've been to the Taines, yeah? Let me see the rest of them. Did you go to Solitude? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mercer. I appreciate it. Yeah, the way it works, there's little things you might have to do, from what I remember, Randy. If you go to Solitude, go up to the Tain there, she's a lady, Elsif, I think her name is. You get a little quest. First of all, you got to do a quest for her steward, and then if you do Elsa's quest, I think her name is Elsa, where you've got to leave her husband's shield back on a shrine, she'll let you buy Solitude, which is probably the best house in the game. Unfortunately, when you fast travel in, it takes a while to get to it, so I never really use it. Yeah. 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 You should try Morrowind, but if you haven't, but you do have... Yeah, they kind of bore me to be honest. A little bit. Well, not bore me. That's the wrong word, shunt. I get a migraine pretty easy. You know, I'm fairly old. And I don't mind it a bit, to be honest. And then through my entire life, I did a massive amount of reading, you know. So, you know, my eyes are pretty worn at this stage. That's the only one I haven't done. But like Mortal. No, you can't get the house in Mortal till you finish the vampire quest, Randy. There's the vampire quest there. You don't have to get rid of that one. Yeah. And you can't get the Heartfire home in that one in the snow until you do the Daedric quest. They're usually hiding behind a little quest. It's done. Oh, you've done it. You've done the vampire quest and still can't get it. That's weird. But once you do the vampire quest, you should come up and ask them about the house, and they'll say, "Oh, we can only, give you the house if you're a really good kid in our hold." You do 3 quests, and if you've done them before, they should kind of pop up, and then you should just give them the money, and that's it. But with the one in Mortal, that's a Heartfire home, and the one in Dawnguard, that's a Heartfire home. Yeah. Well, the Mortal one you've done, obviously, because you're in Windstad Manor. Yeah, it could be a bug. Are you using any mods? Though I've never seen a mod affect that, to be honest. No, the one in Riften. The one in Riften, you've got to do a quest, a Skumaden quest, for the one in Riften. Yeah. Riften, I've done all the quests. Did you do the one in the Skumaden? You know, where you got to kill all those guys, the drug dealers. For that, it's pretty easy to miss because there's an Argonian lady and she's on the docks in Riften. You've done that one. No, it's a bug then. Yeah, once you do that, well, it can be a bit funny sometimes. And until you do the changeover after the Civil War, it can kind of glitch out. But that would be just that one. It wouldn't explain the rest. Yeah. But I would say, let's say, Occam's Razor, that, you probably missed the quests. Because I've heard of a lot of bugs in Skyrim, but not being able to buy your houses is a new one on me. There's one you can miss, let's say, the one in, what's it called? It starts with a W. The one with the docks, the one with the Jarl, that, the bad guy. Yeah, there's one there. You actually won't get that house until you do Blood on the Ice. And then after doing Blood on the Ice, that house is available after the Civil War. But if you haven't done Blood on the Ice, even after the Civil War, you'll miss that one. Yeah. Yeah. What's it called again? You know the one where... What's his name is? Not Riften. Oh God, I can't believe I can't remember the name of that place. But it's the Stormcloak one. The stronghold for what's his face. But yeah, you've got to do Blood on the Ice. You've got to finish that perfectly. And only after the Civil War you'll get that one as a reward. Let's go through them. Well, the one in Whiterun you do after the dragon thing, blah blah blah, at the start of it, but you're releasing the dragons, which is never a good thing. So that's that one. There's 3 more, the Heartfire homes. We won't count those. The one in Solitude, you got to do something for the Steward, and then Elsa's quest. The one in Markard, you've got to. Yeah, it's simple enough. You've got to do 2 quests for that Jarl. You'll do one straight up, and then he'll ask you if you're a sellsword, blah blah blah, and he'll send you on another shield quest again. Then you'll get that one. Mortal is Heartfire home. You need to do the vampire quest. Well, the first one is pretty easy. After a certain time in the game, you'll get a note, and that's Winstead Manor. That's the one in that other place. And what's the Dawnguard? Yeah, with Dawnguard, you got to finish the Daedric quest there. I think there might be 2 there, but it's the one for the staff. Yeah, when everyone is okay with their headaches, you just gotta leave it for a couple of days and come back. Make sure and leave it for a couple of days, and then you should be able to get it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the Nightmare Town. Dawnguard. Yeah, that's the one. But the fact that you got 1 or 2 of them, yeah, I don't know. But if you're having problems with that, what you do is this. Let's say if you did the quest in Mortal, you did the vampire quest and you can't get any dialogue to get to the house. Fast travel out of Mortal as far away as you can to the other end of the map. Save your game and sleep or wait for about a week. Save it again, come back and try, and then do that a few times, you know? Keep saving it. But I think there might have been a bug where you needed a 30-day wait or something. It might work. Now, in case, what are you playing on, Randy? Are you playing on console or are you playing on PC? You could have picked up some kind of corruption in the cache as well. You're playing on console, are you? Perfect. What you do is this. After you do that, while your game is still on, hold down the power button for about half a minute until it switches off. Plug your console out of the wall, all of the power, yeah? Hold it again for about another half a minute, plug it in, start it up, and then go check. Yeah, the hard reset to clear the cache. That's saved me a lot of times. It could be some little bug you picked up or something, but it could be in the cache. Yeah. A hard reset, yeah. Try that as well. And worth a shot. It's like, let's say, with No Man's Sky. There's a certain thing in No Man's Sky. Oh, no problem. No problem. But it's probably just certain requirements haven't been met. Yeah, probably. That's what I would bet. But yeah, it's odd game. You know, if a giant dinosaur fell from the sky and crushed an entire town, it wouldn't surprise me in that game. You know, but it's the same with No Man's Sky. Someone came here and they picked up some kind of bug. And basically they couldn't scan the planet, which is brutal, you know, in No Man's Sky. So I just told them to go to the portal and to go to another galaxy. Just spin around for a while and it should reset. And it actually worked. That's the kind of way you do it there. You're just resetting the system again. And strangely enough, it never happened to me that time. But it did happen yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I got to a glitchy area and I must have picked it up. But that thing I told you about fast traveling away to another cell, that's kind of the Skyrim way of doing it, you know. But I don't know if it will work, but you know, hopefully it will. Was even yeah. Oh, nice. She went to the DLC. Well, there's a house there as well, but that's not available until you kill all of the guys inside. You'll get a quest there from the main hall from the guy about they want to assassinate the big shot guy. There's a couple of ways of doing it. You can kill them in a house, which I never do. I leave them go and get them all together in a temple. And I think once you pretty much do that, when they're dead, it'll hand you over the keys to the house. I think the quest is called something like Served Cold, or Best Served Cold. But that's the only house you'll get there. There is a follow you can pick up. Do you know the Dig one? Yeah. But at the end he goes kind of mental. But if you don't kill him, he can become your follower. So you can push him in as a steward there, maybe. You know? And there's a cell sword you can use as well in the inn. Yeah, he's done in that kind of bone gear. But then again, I was using a mod to make him stay there. It might not work with you. I'm not sure if you can get it. Well, you could bring one of your... Can you bring one of the other guys over? I think you can. I'm not sure. It's been a while. Can you bring your followers over, let's say, from the main game there? I don't think so. No. So yeah, I don't think you can have a steward there. Unless she's a mod like I did. I'm not sure, I can't remember, to be honest. We just put him in here for the time being, guys. And we'll sort it out later. Just want to make room. Oh, it's still pretty heavy, but it's the armor I'm using. That's okay. I don't even know. We'll use that for the smaller guys. Should be okay. There we go. We're good to go. What a bad investment, that. Band of followers right now. Yeah, I always have to get a mod for a large house, but you could kind of, well, you can't really get them to stay. You need a mod. If you're ever using a mod, let's say, where you can actually tell people to stay in a certain house you want, My Home is Your Home. It's a pretty good mod, but it's very hard to find. I had to track down the author and type in his name to find the mod, and I can't remember his name, but Google should give it to you. But I would, yeah, it's definitely my favorite mod, and you're not getting any kind of advantage. It just gives you the ability to get your followers to live in a house that you want them to live in. Oh, the one from the Creation Club. Yeah, I always put all my pets there as well. But there's quite a lot of them, isn't there? You're playing with the Anniversary Edition. Okay, let's do this. So, yeah, we got them. That's where we're going. So, I did bring 3 nukes with me. Surely that's enough to drop this guy. I think we'll get 2 or 3 of them when we get there. So we'll kind of work our way down, guys. I want to get the charisma bubble head. I'm going to have to work on speech. Well, let's say the very first time I played this, and then I played it again. I think I played it about 3 times in a row. Pretty good. So I had a fair idea where everything was. And then over the year or 2 after, I played it again, but I think I only played it about 4 to 6 times. No problem. Oh my. Yeah, get some good rest, Randy. And if I don't see you before the new year, I hope you have a wonderful and happy new year to you and your family. Have a good one, Randy. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Get something to eat as well. And thanks again for being here. Now we're going... Yeah, I got the coordinates for Oasis as well, guys, but... I don't want to do that one yet. Oh yeah, there it is. God, I've always found this to be pretty confusing. Look, it's basically telling me southeast. But now, look at this. I think it's this way. No. Okay, it's this way. Yeah, okay, it's this way. Unbelievable, isn't it? Absolutely. Stay safe, Randy. Oh. Oh, right there. You just gotta love the combat shotgun. Oh. Got a few dead guys. Yeah, I think this is the way I got. Oh! Is this the one with all the landmines? speaking of landmines, we never did that wasteland survival thing as well. This looks familiar, guys. Well, we'll have to ignore that for a little bit. We're on a mission. But we will be back. Okay. Hey, you little... Just a few guys who are better just relax for a moment, guys. I need to get these guys one at a time. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's a talent company. Well, we might be in trouble. These guys are not playing. I think we might... Oh my good god! Okay, that was bad. Forgetting about that idiot guy. Let me see. Let's see what we got. What do we like now? There. Oh, the weight isn't too bad. That's bad.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Okay. Hey. Okay. Bats in this game, there's no need for it. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? Would you believe I used 2 stim packs on that guy? I want to get this junk back anyway. That was a disaster. Couldn't get him over. Doesn't really make that much difference. Ooh, close. We got a ton of junk anyway. There. Now, let's push this junk away for a moment. We've got tons of stim packs, guys. We're not too bad. Yeah, we're not too bad. How long have we been on? Yeah, we still got an hour and 15 minutes. If I can get... I don't know how easy it takes us that to take this thing out. And then we get the vault on, will we? Yeah, there it is there. That's the thing about this game. Tons of little things to kind of distract you on the way. Pick up a quest and 3 hours later you still haven't got to the destination. Now we see if we can get another marker closer. The jump is ridiculous in this. Yeah, I remember these marks, they're always a problem, aren't they? Yeah, that's what I forgot about. This stupid thing exploded. That kinda cost me, didn't it? I wonder is this the bridge I'm thinking of? On that bridge, then we go down there, there's a little... I don't know. Let me see. It looks very, very, very familiar. Let's have a look. Oh, sugar, super meat. Bullet sponge. Oh, he's a brute, that's why. Yeah, he's a brute. I think those guys are a little stronger. I wonder is it here? Oh, we're gonna find out. Oh, hang on, what's this? Is this the one with all of the plungers, is it? No. Yeah, we can't do that yet, guys. That would just take us away too much. We'll see, hang on. No, hang on, this is a dead end, is it? Yeah, if it's too much, we'll gonna leave it for a little bit. Ah, sugar. Not good, is it? Oh, it went down quick enough. I think there might be a book in here. If it's a small area, it's worth raiding. I'm not sure how big this place is. I gotta love the exploration in these games. Yeah, it is a small area, perfect. There is a book here, from what I can remember. Yeah, this is the one with it is the one with the plungers. I can't believe I remember that. That's sad. Oh, okay. Oh, we got our packs back anyway. And there's gotta be a book here. Yeah, this is the one with the plungers. Let's see. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm wrong. There wasn't a book. Let's make sure before we go. No, no books. Oh well. We definitely got a ton of junk, didn't we? No, and I don't think there wasn't any explosion, so if it was in place. You can actually lose a lot in a game. A book can get blasted out. Oh, got some glasses. Oh, that's it, guys. Well, at least we cleared it anyway. No, nothing fancy. What do we like on white? We're not too bad. Oh, hang on. Now we're done. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Cool. Yeah, we took the blood packs. Yeah, we're good. Okay, let's go. It's pretty much done. Unmarked location. Sometimes they can have some decent junk. Now we're going to... Oh yeah, we're doing a big one, aren't we? So I'm looking for a fast travel point before I meet up with Sarah, because the whole thing goes sideways from there. You know, you pretty much got to stay with it, and I'm already injured. Let's see, anyway. Super mutants. Oh, sugar. I think I heard a guy with a machine gun, did I? Yep. Freehand is brutal. The amount of ammo you'd use. Brutal. Oh, hi, fan. Super mutant, yeah. I'm going to bed. It's 1 AM. Yeah, it would be for you. Yeah, it's 6 for me. Thanks for hanging out, Shunt. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. So, how have you been, fan? Yeah, I'm meeting up with Sarah down here. I think it's Sarah we meet, isn't it? I gotta clear these guys before we do. We can get a bit of cover from here. We're not too bad. Yeah, we can play him at his own game. Yeah, I can't shoot through the wire for some reason. Midnight, yeah? Yeah, 6 AM for me. He's a big guy. Oh, he's killed a hostage. That scumbag. Okay. Now, I don't think this is one with a book. But who knows? Yeah, what's that? Okay. No, I think we've pretty much done it. Yeah, there's some junk over here. Sometimes you'll get some ammo. Oh, that's that, guys. Bye-bye, Super Mutant. Good evening, Prophet. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, we're making our way to Sarah on this one. And we'll have to kind of cut in here. Probably this way to the side. Yeah, I think it's down here, isn't it? I don't want to kick off this quest till I go back, get rid of this junk. So, what have you been up to? how's the Christmas been for you so far? Oh, I'm starting to remember an area like this. Remember those rangers? And there was a kind of ranger quest as well. And I'm not sure, did we do the bounty hunting thing in this? There's another bunch of guys who were bounty hunters. I know that because there was a pretty decent set of combat armor, I think. Yeah, we're definitely in the right area. We'll find that. Shouldn't take us too long. Where are we now? No, we're not going in the right direction at all. Okay, we'll head out and go around. Yeah, it's obviously this way. How are we getting over this fence? Let me slip out through there, won't we? Yeah, we can. No! Oh, this way then, obviously. Yep. That's where we're going, guys. I'd like to discover this before I get caught up in the quest, you know? We could go back and then we'll be ready. Get rid of our junk and fix ourselves. Oh, sugar. Oh, it's only these idiots. I want to conserve ammo a little bit. Oh. Oh, I have to go back now anyway. Oh, we're taking them out. Nice. Freehand. Brutal. That 10mm, I really need a better one than that. No, okay, let's keep on going. Ah! Well, there was one guy we can save, I think.
Thank you.
There we go. Ah, couldn't get both of them. Oh! We gotta level up. Now, we have to start going into speech, guys. Yeah. I think it's time we started going into speech. So what have we got? 23. That will give me 49. Could get another book now for an even 50. Can anyone remember where the speech bobblehead is? Oh, isn't that in the Underworld, isn't it? I remember. Yeah, we'll have to make our way to Underworld. Yeah, okay, we need to plow it into speech. It's getting to be ridiculous now. Let's see. Strong back would be nice. Side mounted. Well, this is just basically adding, 15 points, which you can get anyway from the stuff I have and the books. So you're really wasting a perk for a bit of a shortcut. We need something like even the likes of. Let me see. We can get this anyway without wasting a perk. Strong back is not bad, but it's only 50. Let's see if there's something else here. No. They're no good. Even Lady Killer is better than that. Or Intense Training. There's, no. Teeth, no. Child of the Heart, no. Iron Fist, Control. Bloody Mess is an extra 5% across all weapons. The bloody best characters and creatures you kill will often explode into a red gut-ridden most fun. Oh, and you do 5% with all weapons. It's not bad, guys. I'm going to be getting it anyway. Rad resistance, not a thing really. Yeah, that's just a 15 point. Strong back is not bad as well. But we'll try bloody mess. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit more on all weapons, which is pretty decent. Oh, that combat shotgun needs a bit of repair, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, we'll save here for a moment. I could pick up a book. I want to make that the even 50. But what I usually do with these, I get them all to 75 and then I'd start worrying. You know, especially getting the bobbleheads in first. Then I should be able to, because we took that comprehension pack up, you know, straight away on level 4. I'm gonna go back. I think I've got a few guns for that. Now, yeah, it's just over here. The problem is I don't have any fast travel point here, so we'll go back from here. We'll have to walk all the way down again. I think it's in here somewhere, isn't it? Oh. Oh, that's the guy I just released, wasn't it? Hey. Not really. Hey. You kidding me? How did you see that? You just wasted one of your lives. That was a spot of luck. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, my board is not working properly. Yeah, did you see that? He was chasing that prisoner. Just got him nicely. He totally ignored me for some reason. But I've always found, let's say, the kind of aggression model in this, where let's say you get 2 enemies. Let's say you got a super mutant, and it's happened a little earlier in the stream, and a rad scorpion. In the later games than this, you know, sometimes they'll fight each other, which is not bad. But both of them would be kind of hyper-focused on you. I might take out the animal from perk as well, but that only works on a couple of guys, you know. If it worked across all animals, it would be cool. It's definitely a trade-off. Now we're looking for one more point. Oh, I think we're here. Ah, God. Yeah, this is where it is. There's 2 raiders here, I remember. Here it is, Friendship Heights. Now, from here we can dump our junk and fix our weapons. And then we can, once we got the fast travel point, we're pretty good. Yeah, Friendship Heights, I think we gotta go, well, we're gonna take it out anyway, aren't we? I'm nearly sure there's a ton of junk in here, from what I can remember. Do you remember that other spot, guys, where the ghouls are? I think it was the White House. I remember the Brotherhood had this kind of little spot, and there was booby-trapped, and there was a book in there as well. I think this is the same game. Oh, yeah. It's not really a gun I want to do this with, but we got a bit of room anyway. And no, we don't even have the room. Let's get to a safe area. There it is. Yeah, we'll get back, we'll get fixed. We dumped this off, I gotta do something with that shotgun anyway. From what I can remember would repair when you get it to 100, you can fix something 100%. But if you use any clothing, let's say we're repairing it, you can kind of go up past it as well, I think. Yeah, I'll sort those guys out later. Don't know why I'm carrying that. Oh, micro goggles. Oh, the armor needs a little touch as well, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll sort those ones out later. I'll just throw them all in there for the time being. I think I used to collect those gnomes at one stage. Okay. I'm gonna combat rifle. Oh, that's not a bad one actually. Okay. Well, that's weird. Hang on. I must have put it in accidentally, didn't I? Apparently. Yeah.
How may I serve you?
Combat. Oh, we're going bad with the combat shotguns, guys. That's funny, I thought I had a ton of them.
Master?
Guys, what did we do with that combat shotgun? That couldn't be the same one. Apparently it is. That's horrible. Yeah, that's a pity, isn't it? Okay, I was nearly sure I had a ton of those in storage. But apparently not, that's pretty bad. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, that will do, I suppose. Well, I better make do. We can use something else temporarily anyway, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. I didn't sell any of those anyway, that I know for sure. There we go. Let me see what the other weapons are like. We've got to change over into that in a moment. Yeah, I'll bring those as a backup. Pretty much, yeah. Right, sure, we can wait it out. We'll get rid of those guys anyway around there. But I forget the way in, and I don't think it's that way. I think we've got to come in from the other direction. I think all of that is a kind of block. I think we'd have to kind of come around. Yeah, but obviously there's... I don't know, did we come to the sewers here at one stage? Probably. Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, here. We've got to go through the sewers to get to there. That's not too bad. When we clear this out, then we'll have a kind of a break, let's say. We can get a hole up, get out, get back, get the stuff and get prepared. Okay, we've got to take care of Friendship Heights. We'll see how this works. Oh, I'd prefer to conserve that gun a little bit. Oh, sugar. Let's see if we can draw these guys down. Yeah, I don't see this going anywhere too soon.
Come on, come on!
Oh!
Oh, sugar, I really fell for that one, didn't I?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
There's a bed here anyway, so we're not too bad. Oh, you little... Where is he? Aha! Forgot about this guy. Okay, we gotta run like a rabbit here, guys. Yeah, we're not doing too good. He's just a run-of-the-mill guy. I think there's 2 more left. Here will be a hero on this one. Oh, sugar. Just about. I'm really sure there's a bed here, guys. Okay, I think we got them all. Okay, tell me there's a bed. I don't want to make that trip back again. Now, the last thing we want to do is fast... There it is in there. Yeah, we'll pick up this junk in case it despawns. I'm not sure about this game. There's a couple of good bits I want. It shouldn't be too bad. Oh, we took a pasting alright. Close, close. Right, let's fix ourselves up a little bit. We'll clear this area. Yeah, I'm gonna use the bed, but I didn't want to use it in case that stuff despawned. I kind of forget the mechanics of this game. So just kind of filling up on this before I do. Yeah, see what kind of but I know there's only 3 or 4 of them here, so you know once you get that, you know you're pretty safe. Right, let's heal in here. There we go. Now, let's see what we've got here. Now, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I will be selling that. That's enough on that one. Yeah, why not? I think I've got a ton of those anyway. Okay, that should give us a little bit more leeway. I don't know hardly worth taking, but it's still kind of fun to me, to be honest. Yeah, just not sure with this game anymore. But yeah, they'll stay forever, won't they? I've just got a habit of picking up everything before I rest and sleep. I just can't remember much about this. Okay, we're full. So we'll drop this back and then we'll hit the sewers. That's funny, I was almost sure there was a book or something in here. And again, you know, you're almost sure about something like that. Oh, hang on. There we go, now we're done. No book apparently. Well, I was careful not to make sure there was no explosions in here. They were out there, so there was one on the table. It should still be here. Yeah. I'm reasonably confident there was no book here. Yeah, I think we're good. Right, let's drop this back. And I think the end of this sewer will lead us out to where we're going. On the counter with the ammo box. No. This is my first time here. That's bad news. You sure? Oh, I might have picked it up. Yeah. Hang on, let's see. You're right, I might have picked it up. You know the way I keep... Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I was sure there was a book. No, we didn't pick it up. An explosion must have moved it. No, this is my first time here. And if I haven't picked it up now... There must have been an explosion. Ah, that's impossible. Was it right beside the ammo boxes? Okay. That's horrible. No book. This game is legendary for that, yeah. Yeah. It will sink right down into the counter. I was lucky you told me that. We have a save just before the action started. Oh, what I'll do is, I will load back from that save, run down, even though I get killed, and see if the book is there then. But what I need to do is I'll do a new save. Right here. That's our new save. Now, so we've got that. This is the one here, isn't it? Yeah. We'll literally run down and see if we can see the book. But it was 0 explosions before that. Yeah. It might have been something got to do with the super mutants. It's possible. What's the name of that place? Friendly something. Let me go. Yeah, I'd have to Google it. But there was another one where I was sure there was a book and it was gone, and I did a save, and apparently a robot knocked it. Friendly Heights, isn't it? I got it. Oh, you got it on Google. So, is there a book on that counter? I was almost sure there was some kind of book there, guys. But there's a big problem with books glitching. Yeah. But you remember the dead super mutants? The explosion might have happened then. No, so there's not one there. Nice. Sure. There is a book inside, I remember, Cardinal Fan. If this is the same place I'm thinking of, you'll go straight down and there's a kind of a bridge thing and it's in over the side. I think there's 1 or 2 books. Yeah. It doesn't make a ton of difference, but it'd be nice to get it if it was there, you know? But I'll just run back anyway, and we'll see. But, yeah, the dead bodies, we were nowhere around these guys when they were fighting. So, I think that might be just display. Let's run down, we'll die. Yeah, I didn't find him in the milk. Let's have a look.
Oh!
And this is just to see what's going on.
Oh!
No, I doubt there was ever a book here, guys.
Oh!
Yeah. Probably not. Yeah, inside I noticed some junk. If it's the same place. But I'm always careful about explosions here, but as we were coming here, I think no matter when you come here, you'll see the dead super mutants anyway. I don't think, let's say, that attack happened when we were in the cell. Yeah, I think we're pretty good. No, we don't have rooms, so we gotta bring this back, isn't it? Yeah, wait, 187. We'll have a quick look in here, we'll just grab a few items. Then we'll head out quickly. Yeah, but it all looks the same, and all that happens to me, fan, all of the time. There is a few locations that look almost identical to that and have books. That's why I'm always second guessing myself. But if this is the same place I think it is, there's 1 or 2 books here. Yeah. But if there's no explosions and you search it properly, you pretty much find them. If you're really nosy, you know. So we're just here to fill up. And then we'll turn around and get it out quick. Are you kidding me? Well, you gotta love the combat shotgun. They are! But they really mess things up. I remember there was an achievement found on Fallout 4, you know, getting the books from Nuka World. And, yeah, finished the game. I thought I got all the books. Hang on. One's missing. And I tracked it down to one of the places, and basically it's on a little book rack. And there was an explosion. And the thing actually glitched through the map. So what I did, there was a wall close by. I used my power armor for about 20 times and eventually managed to get out of the power armor with my back to the wall. And it literally glitched me under the map. And I kind of crawled under the map and I managed to grab the book. And then I managed to reach up to the power armor and get back in. But no joking, it took about 25 minutes. And I think that was the last achievement I got on Fallout 4. Yeah, I forget it was on, you know those little round racks that kind of spin around? Yeah, it was on one of those. But it was 2 stupid raiders, and one of them must have throwing a hand grenade. And ever since that I've been kind of paranoid about explosions. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty paranoid about them. Oh yeah, explosions make the game. Yeah, we'll just conserve ammo a bit. What are we like for weight now, guys? We're not too bad. I've always loved taking everything in this game. I kind of miss that in games now. I don't mind doing it, there's a reason. I've still got a ton of stuff to buy. And then there's a ton of weapons we need to buy as well for our collection. As long as there's a kind of half justifiable reason. Yeah, we'll hack that in a moment. What have we got now? Well, I'll tell you, we'll fill up anyway and we'll just leave it in one of these containers. Just gonna clean this up a little bit. There. Now. Oh! Oh, it's for this. Yeah, what I tend to do with this to maximize the points we get, I'll hack this and then I'll lockpick the safe. I think if we open the safe beforehand, it doesn't really work, so... let's see if I can... Okay, there's no ing in it anyway. So it's not that. P-O-U-N-D-I-N-G. It's possibly that. Okay, sugar. It's possibly that as well. No, it's not. Yeah. C-O-M... Compadres. C-O-M-B-D... There's a C and I-N in that, isn't there? Okay, we got the C-O-M-P, O-M-P, and A-R-E-D. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Sugar! Okay, confront. Curtains. Confront. Sugar. Yeah, I'm gonna do this again. I need to practice. This I don't really mind, it's just for a few points. Okay. Okay, it's definitely got an ing. Creating. Okay. There it is. No. Okay, cracking has 6. There it is. No, 6. C or A. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I got it. It was only for 40 points. No. No, I always feel a bit guilty when I do that, but yeah, it's just for fun. There we go. Okay, we're kind of finished here. I don't know, I think in the future we'll just, if we miss, we won't bother reloading. Doesn't feel the same, you know? That was only 20 points. Okay, we'll give that a miss. We'll take what the gods send us. What are we gonna... Hang on. Obviously I have to dump some of this junk. Okay, we'll just hold it in here for a little bit. In the desk. Oh! Didn't see the mercenary. That's put us well overboard. There we go. I'll hop back with that. Strangely enough, my favourite part, taking the junk out of these places. Okay, we won't do any more reloads, then it just takes the fun, I suppose, out of it. Perfect. But I really thought I had more combat shotguns. I keep 3 of those. Okay. go pretty quickly later. I've got a lot of junk to buy. And it's better if you have a ton of that, so, you know, when they get the money, you can sell a lot of that pretty quick. Not as bad. Now, I usually like to keep 50 of each of these. So, once we cap out at 50, I'll just start selling them. Yeah, don't ask me why, it's a habit. Okay. Yeah, increases the value a little bit. So let's see. 41. We're missing something, guys. Yeah, we're missing the assault rifle. Do we really? Yeah, we might need to bring that, alright. Yeah, I must have accidentally put this guy in. Here it is. There it is. Right, I think we're good to go. Right, let's clear out this these tunnels, and then we can hit what's it called? Yeah, the quest. Isn't this where we meet Sarah? I think it is. Was it Sarah Lines, wasn't it? Yeah, not too bad. Oh, hang on, it's this one. Yeah, that means we've got to go through the sewer. Kinda cool where you gotta go through these, let's say, to get to another section, but can be a little bit confusing. Yeah, we're pretty good here. Oh, what the... Oh, sugar. We got a possessed super mutant. Right, let's go. Now, in case we come up against some small stuff, I prefer to use this. Conserve our shotgun until we need it. Yeah, I don't know if taking it out was a good idea. We'll have to make a run anyway. Oh, there's another guy in there. Got quite a few. Oh, I hear him anyway, but I don't see him. In there. Well, we're pretty much done here. No. Sound effects, probably. Right. This is the spot, guys, alright. There's a lot of rangers. Or raiders. But I'm nearly sure there's at least one, I think maybe even two bugs here. We've got to be very careful here. Hopefully there's no explosions. Oh, hang on. I think I've used that in the past for storage, to be honest. It looks familiar. Oh, it's ghouls. Okay, not too bad. At least we won't get any explosions. Come get some. Come on, come on, come on, guys. Come on. Ooh. Yeah, he's a little stronger, isn't he? Oh yeah, you stupid gun. That was only a small little hit. Let's see. What's wrong with this guy? Is there somebody around? Now, let's be very careful. This place looks kind of familiar, but then, yeah, basically all places look familiar, don't they, in this game? Where was it? Down here? No. No, there was one that was really hidden. That's if this is the... Oh, sugar. We'll get to you in a moment. Either way, we'll make sure we give this a good search. I can smell a few skill books here, you know that. I don't know, did I pick up a message there, guys? No. Okay, oh, Toby, if you're coming up, come up. Silly dog. Here, oh, you want a hug? Oh, he wants a hug. You watching the game? Yeah? Go on, go sleep. Good doggo. No, this isn't the spot I'm thinking of. But either way, we'll clear it. Let's see. Very, very similar though. Right, we've got our work cut out for us here. Oh, is that a green one? It is where we're done. Sugar. Kidding me? Bullet sponge. Okay. Oh, the armor is holding up so far. Let's see what we've got here. Not a lot. Oh, this looks interesting. Ah, rubbish. That's still, we gotta clear it. Okay, that's not much good. Okay, that's stage 1. Let me see where we are now. Thank God at least it has a map. Okay, fair enough. Right. To be honest, especially in the subway, most of the places look the same. A ton of guys waiting for me down here, I'd say, but let's get rid of these ones. Oh, hi Joe, and happy holidays to you. Hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas so far. So how have you been, Joe? Oh, he's disappeared quite quick, hasn't he? Creepy crawlies. Right, let's see. My god, that's creepy, isn't it? Well, that guy is not going to mess with me now. Yeah, we'll give him the full treatment. Improve our aim a little bit. There we go. One shot, one kill. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. But really enjoying this one. I haven't played it in, oh my god, I'd say 7 to 10 years. Maybe more. And I've forgotten most of it, which is kind of nice if you're going to play something again, you know. Hello, Toby. It's my doggo. He wants a hug. Who wants a hug? You do, yeah? You want a hug? Poor dog. You should be asleep. Well, no, not really. You wake up at this time, don't you? Yeah. You want to go back to sleep? Go on. Good doggo. No, I can't play with you now. I'll play with you later. You do, yeah? Okay. Let me see. Okay. We need to come down here and back up the other side. Ooh. You look dangerous. Okay, minor damage. Never great free-handing a weapon on this. If you don't miss straight out at point-blank range, it cuts out a lot of the damage. Here we go. What have we got here? Well, this kinda looks promising. Still mostly just junk. I don't know how we're going to get this all out. I better start holding it in that thing I was saying. Yeah, we're getting a ton of junk, guys. What can we do? We'll try and get it up onto the landing as quick as we can. It's this. I'm disappointed. I expected to find a book or something by now. Yeah. Okay, we'll try and get up here. Well, we came in really at a disadvantage with 88 pounds of junk already from the door. Maybe I should have leaving it there. But we'll use that fire hydrant thing, and I'm really sure I've used that before. Up here, and we'll load everything into that. When we're getting out, we can collect it. It's not safe storage, but it will last for ages, you know. But eventually we will despawn, which will be a problem to us. We're just holding it there temporarily. I didn't even check down there properly. Well, you can tell by the local map, but enough really. So we'll dump everything quickly into that fire hydrant box thing. Clean it all out. Guys, we picked up a book already. I must have picked it up. Nice. Yeah, we picked up a book already. Goes to show you too, the lighting in here really messes with my eyes. You know, the kind of glare. But apparently I picked one up. I probably got it down on the shelves. Especially when you're in a bit of a rush, you know. Oh, I'm not complaining. That will get us exactly to 50 on speech. Hello, Rex. When did you wake up? Ah, well, I've only got about 15 minutes. You should have known, yeah. That's what I'm waking up. What was the dirt? I've never eaten a kebab, Jamie. Yeah. Too spicy for me. You know, because of, you know, the kind of acid problem I have. But yeah, I've got some really bad food. Yeah, it should get us to 50. But even the smell kind of puts me off, you know? Oh yeah, yeah. What was the worst one? Well, that one I was telling you where, you know, I ordered a snack box, and for anyone that doesn't know who it is, it's the way we do it here is, yeah, like a small box, and we put a couple of pieces of chicken in, and then we just throw in some fries. And then the procedure was to kind of cover that over with a napkin and kind of push it down. But as I said, yeah, that lady actually pushed it down with her naked hand, which is bad enough, except I kind of seen what she was doing with that hand about 5 minutes before. The kind of uniform is like a black ski pants and that, but she had her hand on the back of her ski pants and she was scratching her bum with that same naked hand. And she had long nails, and it had felt, you know, beneath her nails. That probably was the worst. Yeah. Yeah, that was disgusting. But there was another one where I went in to garage and I ordered a sandwich. Do you know the Horse and Jockey, Jamie? That little village just outside Turles, between Turles and the Limerick side. Were you ever in a Horse and Jockey? This was a long time ago. This would have been probably around the early 90s. So probably they'll clean up their accents then. But yeah, I went in and there was some nice fresh rolls and ham and stuff, and I wanted something solid. So I said, yeah, oh yeah, she said, I'll make you a ham sandwich. But yeah, Horse and Jockey, yeah. But she picked it up with her hand without a glove. That was bad enough. But instead of cutting it open with a knife, she used her fingers to tear it open. And her fingers were stained from her fingernail to her knuckle with nicotine. Right? And I don't know what she was doing with her hands. Yeah. And then she got the ham. Well, yeah, she didn't pick it up with her hands, but the damage was done. And I kind of told her where to put the sandwich. But that was gross. That was really gross. Like, I wouldn't accept that from my own wife. You know, why would I expect it from, you know, she was female, from a random stranger, you know? I don't like anyone handling my food, period, you know? But for a complete stranger to do it, as I said, I wouldn't accept that sandwich from my wife. I wasn't going to accept it from her. Yeah, I think I'll save it. Did I? I saved it already, did I? I'll save it again just in case. Oh, hi Jester, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. Yeah, I was just getting ready to raid, but I still got another 10 minutes. We're clearing out this before we meet Sarah. I've got to have her taking everything. Anti-smoker. My wife doesn't smoke, no, but she's not an anti-smoker either. Yeah. hello, Jester, and how have you been? And what were you playing? Yeah, we just picked up a skill book. I must have picked it up by accident. But this game has always been, let's say, explosions. Pretty bad, you know. Skill books getting glitched into the map. Tin-based pizza, my favourite. Yeah, pizza's okay, but I can never really get into pizza. But I prefer stuff like maybe fish and chip, cod chips, you know, that kind of stuff. But then, as I said, you know, I've got an ulcer and an acid problem, so, you know, I am, I suppose, the particular eater, you know. I can't use curry, yeah. But even, let's say, before I developed this ulcer, I didn't like spicy food. It just didn't appeal to me. I was here, and you rated you too. Nice. Hi, Blonde. Yeah, yeah. They don't do them anymore. Well, are you old enough to remember the way they used to do them in the 80s, Jamie? They would mince the cod and kind of press it into a kind of large rectangle, and then there'd be a really thin layer of batter. It was lovely. But now it's just a tiny slither of cod, and there's like 75% batter, and it's not cooked properly. It's horrible. Yeah. And now, let's say, you know, a cod could set you back like a tenner, you know. Yeah, absolutely. 90s. Ah, you wouldn't have remembered, yeah. Yeah, on the proper stuff, yeah. Or have you ever tried, I was telling you about that little, I don't know, like it was 20 odd, more than 20, maybe 30 years ago, since it was there, that place in Kilcormac. Yeah. I thought it was pretty unusual, I'd say, to see a butterroom or a mushroom and batter, you know, deep fried. But it was actually pretty nice. Yeah. Now, okay. Well, at least we can do this. What I'll do later, guys, is I'll come in, I'll clear this place out when I'm not streaming, and I'll just park it right up, you know, to where we're going, and obviously bring all this junk back. But for the little while we have left, we'll make sure we clean this place out properly. I'm nearly sure I did on that side. Some of them are, yeah, they're actually quite good. But the ones you need to look out for, as I said before, is these ones that open up at 7, 8, 9 p.m. to get the pub, nightclub trade. They would really sell some horrible food, and the people would be, you know, pretty drunk and wouldn't know the difference. But if you see an establishment that relies on people not being able to taste properly or have their common sense, yeah, I'd be keeping away from that one, you know. But you're talking about what? Probably 50% of them now, Jamie? But I suppose anyone would say the quality of the fast food in their countries is pretty dire. Okay. We're just here. This is where I probably picked up the book. Didn't realize it. So where are we going now? We're going this way, guys. Why do I keep doing that? This is not Fallout 4. We can't use VATS for landmines. Unfortunately. Okay, that's a new one. I think this is where we go, isn't it? Pretty much. Let me see. Yeah, oh, I think so, isn't it? Yeah. We go into the west. This is going to be fun for me. Metro ticket. Okay. Some of the places, let's say, the batter sausage is, it's kind of okay. But I think the majority of them, that they have this kind of huge kind of banger, and again, too much batter, and it's not cooked that well. And I don't know, the meat just tastes not great. If you're hungry, all right, obviously you'll ignore it, but almost immediately, within 20 minutes, you'll regret eating it. Yeah, basically. Like, when she was young, let's say, when she was a kid, my wife worked in the catering trade, and she had some pretty gruesome horror stories. What I've been saying would just be a tiny bit of what's going on. Oh, let's see. Guys, were we not here all... No, we weren't. You see what I mean, guys? It all looks the same. This looks exactly like the other area. Yeah, pretty much looks the same. There we go. Yeah, I want to finish this area before I hit that little side thing. And the reason I do this, let's say when you're in a local map, I used to ignore these before, but then I remember going back over some others and there was a kind of hidden door. You'd miss a lot of junk like that. Yeah. There was a spot, double burger with mince. Yeah, too much slobber. Oh yeah, if you're working or travelling far from home, you'll have to rely on these places a lot. Oh, you little piece of... Yeah, he kinda snuck up on me. But usually I will not eat fast foods, but sometimes, especially if you're leaving for a function or something like that. But you know what really gets me? If you're at a function and they get a caterer, and obviously cooking there is a bit of a hassle, so they'll get some meals and they're pretty decent. They'll have them in the plastic trays and then they'll heat them up again. Yeah, that really puts me off. It really does. But I remember going across on the ferry. I went with my grandnephew. He's about 6'4", I think. Massive. Thin, but would eat more than 5 men. But before we got on, we got something to eat, and then let's say when we got to where we had to get on the ferry, this was on the UK side, coming back here, we went into KFC. I got a 20-piece bucket. It was kind of a deal thing, and I think I managed to eat about 3 or 4 pieces. He had all the rest and all the side onions and stuff. And then when we got on the boat, I was resting. It was pretty decent. There was a cinema there as well. But I can't remember the year, but I think The Croods. Remember that kind of cartoon thing was playing? The one where they used Nicolas Cage as the voice actor. No, I haven't fished since my early 20s, and even then it was just for fun. I would fish and throw them back in, and then I got to the stage, especially when I was stuck for time, what's the point? Kind of thing. But I used to be big into fishing, yeah. But, yeah, they were serving food. My God, it was slop. And he got a massive heaping of that. But it looked like someone got sick on the plate. It was horrible. And he ate that as well. I felt like getting sick on the boat. But such an appetite. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Yeah, my doggo here is sitting on my back. What is it, Rex? I'll be finished in a moment. Oh, you want to see my game? Here, this is my other doggo, Rex. He's a great dog. He is. He's a good doggo. Oh, I see Toby's getting jealous. Yeah, you're a good doggo as well. You're both good doggos. Equally good, okay? Now, I'll be finished in a moment. We'll watch some TV. I'll give you some treats. Do you want a treat? Do you want a sweetie? Okay. So, yeah, I've reached my time. We'll just check a little bit more down here, guys. So, this was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. I'll do my best, guys, to be back, even if it's just for a few hours on the new year. Not sure if I can do it because you know what it's like. It's going to be hectic here. But if I can, I will, and I'll stick to my schedule. If you don't see me, then my schedule. I will be on for Friday and Saturday evening. Haven't missed it yet, but knowing me, I'll find a time, to be here. Yeah, it will be probably New Year for me. I'll be probably an hour into the New Year, but for most of you guys in North America, it'll be 4 hours or something to go. But still the same, still the New Year. But yeah, I better get some rest and I'll finish this off later when I have the time. I'll clear this up, bring the stuff back, sell it, get everything done, and get ready for our attack with Sarah Lines. Or give me something to do in here. But yeah, that should do it. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger. And thanks for being here. And you too. And of course, if I don't see you all guys before the New Year, I hope you have a wonderful, happy and prosperous New Year to you and your loved ones. So, goodbye, Joe, Jaeger, Wolf. Let me see. Wolf, Colchester, and again, thanks for that raid. Blonde. Let me see what we got. Kazoo, of course. Jamie. Joe, I think we mentioned Joe, didn't we? Cardinal Fan. I'm doing this by scrolling. And of course, Hunting Shot. Have a good one, thanks for hanging out. And of course to Terry, Blonde, Randy, Hufflepuff, and thank you for watching. Have a wonderful one, ladies. Let's see what else we got here. Mercer, of course. Azram. Oh my god, I missed your message, Azram. My apologies, you're probably long since gone. Yeah, it must have rolled off the message board before I seen it. I hope you don't think I was rude, but I would never ignore a message. And if you're still there, hello, and thanks for hanging out. I hate it when I miss a message, especially if someone just texts once. If they text twice, I have a better chance. But I'm dealing with about 8 lines of text here, and if it kind of rolls off the board pretty quick, and I have an awful habit too of reading from the bottom. And of course, Court. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. Take care, and I appreciate everyone's support. And of course, thanks for the Lux guys, the Falls, and the raids. Now let me get back down and catch up with chat. There it is. And you too, Blonde and Jester. Stay safe, guys. Yeah, I hate it when I miss something like that, especially if someone only texts once. But of course, if I've missed anyone, apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again, thank you everyone for the support, for the lurking, the raiding, the hanging out and chatting. I appreciate it. So, if I can do it, guys, I will come on, even if it's just for a few hours, on New Year's Eve. And if you don't see me then, it will be the usual schedule. I will be back for Friday and Saturday. It's roughly around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think, in the US, depending where you are. But it's between 1 and 2 a.m. my time. Yeah, that's when I come on. I know It's pretty late or pretty early. Depends on what way you look at it, really. But yeah, that's me done. We'll do the usual. We'll raise some of our friends, and if you can, bear with me for this, and hope to see you all again. Either on the let's say New Year's Eve, or let's say the weekend, if you have the time, that is. So yeah, let's do this raid, guys. I'm definitely starving, so I need something to eat, and yeah, probably get something to drink, watch a little bit of TV with my doggos, and get some sleep. So, right, let's do this raid, guys.